Bakit bigla pa rin ako dito?
As participant.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. While waiting for the official start of our program, may I kindly request everyone to scan the QR codes shown in your screens to accomplish today's pre-test and attendance. If you want to have more information regarding this capacity building activity, please feel free to access our core site. Maraming salamat po and see you in a bit. Thank you. Once again, isang magandang hapon po sa ating lahat and welcome to another capacity building activity organized by Public-Private Partnership Center of the Philippines. This is Jen Balaoro, training specialist from the PPP Center's National Capacity Building Division, and I'm glad to be your facilitator for today's activity. For today, we will deep dive into the fundamentals of unsolicited PPP proposals
Recording in
under
progress.
the PPP Code and its implementing rules and regulations. This session is particularly dedicated to the private sector and other PPP stakeholders. One of the most dynamic and potentially transformative mechanisms within the PPP framework is the unsolicited proposal or the USP. This mechanism is especially critical and quite revolutionary for a rapidly evolving socioeconomic conditions where the private sector may be better positioned to identify opportunities or introduce innovative solutions directly to the government that will, of course, serve the interests of the Filipino people. In this session, you will be able to understand the foundational concepts and legal framework governing unsolicited PPP proposals. You will also get to familiarize yourselves with the step-by-step procedures, completeness criteria, and submission timelines throughout the unsolicited process. To formally open today's activity, it is my distinct honor to call on the Director 4 of the PPP Center's Project Evaluation Service. Everyone, please give a warm round of applause to Director John Emmanuel R. Ronto. Hi, Director John.
Good afternoon, everyone. Warm greetings to our colleagues and partners from the private sector. our PPP stakeholders, and everyone joining us today for the fundamentals of unsolicited PPP proposals under the PPP Code and its implementing rules and regulations. Since the enactment of the Republic Act number 11966 or the PPP Code of the Philippines, the PPP Center has been working to help both government and private sector stakeholders better understand the new PPP framework and its processes. Today's session will provide a practical overview of the unsolicited proposal process from preparation and submission to evaluation, negotiation, approval, and procurement. We also hope to clarify key requirements, common considerations, and what proponents can expect at each stage. It is important to remember that submitting an unsolicited proposal to the PPP Center does not guarantee its approval of or implementation. Understanding the roles of the implementing agency, the PPP Center, and other relevant bodies will help proponents navigate the process more effectively and efficiently. I encourage everyone to actively participate and raise questions throughout the session. We hope that by the end of the day, you will have a clearer roadmap of the process and a better understanding of how the private sector can engage constructively with the government. Thank you for your continued interest and engagement in the Philippine PPP program, and we look forward to learning with you and seeing innovative ideas translated into viable PPP projects that create meaningful value for the public. Maraming salamat, and I wish everyone a productive and meaningful learning experience.
All right, so once again, let us give a warm round of applause to Director Jan. And maraming salamat po for setting also the tone for this capacity building activity. All right. So at this point, we would like to request everyone to turn on your cameras for a brief photo opportunity with Director Jan. So, and po. Okay po, our training team will assist in taking the photos. So I will count in 3, 2, 1, smile. Okay, another panel. Please hold your smiles in 3, 2, 1. One last. 3, 2, 1. Alright, maraming salamat po. And, ayan, so hopefully, ayan, naka-prepare na po tayong lahat as we proceed with this capacity building activity. So before we proceed with the next part, please be reminded of the following house rules to ensure a seamless and productive session. Alright, so first, please ensure your Zoom display name follows the format agency/institution/organization _ your first name, your last name. Kindly keep your microphones muted at all times, unless called upon or recognized to speak. Please be informed that this session is being recorded for documentation purposes. Kindly accomplish the online attendance form link provided in the Zoom chat box. And please be informed that the copies of presentation materials will be shared with all the participants after the session. Lastly, let us have a safe space and professional environment by remaining open, supportive, and respectful to everyone throughout the session. Thank you very much for your cooperation. So at this juncture, I would like to acknowledge the presence of our esteemed participants joining us today via Zoom and watching us live on YouTube and Facebook. So as I call out your agency name, please let us know that you are here by giving any reaction or by using the chat box. So type your agency name, where you're from. Okay, so ready naman po ba tayo? Ayan, so we have participants from One Document Corporation, Aboitiz Infra Capital Incorporated, ABP Construction and Consultancy Corporation, AC Health, Ashona Construction Philippines Incorporated, ACPE, AML Consulting PH, / De La Puente Law, ARUP, Asia Engine for Net Zero, ASEAN's STN BHD, Ato Ani Agri Ventures Incorporated, Refront Capital, BPCL Law, Bureau Veritas S.A., TNG Law, Cabrera and Company, Carpio and Carpio Law, THC Development Consortium, PTK Medical and Diagnostic Laboratory, DM Consunhi Incorporated, Iscore Engineering Consultancy, Eco Greenland Business Consultancy Services, EEI Corporation, Aegis Asia Philippines Incorporated, ELSAL Ventures OPC, Emmer Hub Group, European Chamber of Commerce of the Philippines, Expertise France, Filipinas Bravo Corporation, First Balfour Incorporated, Ravel Fishing Corporation, Global Wind Energy Council, GMA Network Incorporated, Gruba Caganda at Vincola Melo and De La Puenta Law Offices, Haraya Wind Energy Corporation, Houseland Holdings Incorporated, IDOM, Infinity One Technologies Incorporated, JCI Tolosa Incorporated, Lares Incorporated, Liangan Power Corporation, Libra Law, M-Law, Manila Integrated Environment Corporation, Manila Water, Maynilad, Metro Pacific Tollway South Management Corporation, Metro Pacific Water Solutions Incorporated, Multisys Technologies Corporation, Nuclear Government Center Corporation, Orient Integrated Development Consultants Incorporated, PCKK Manila Branch, Philippine Ecology Systems Corporation, Filipinas MetDev Inc., Polstrom Consulting, Prime Water Infrastructure Corporation, Puno and Puno Law Offices, PwC Philippines, Isla Filipana Incorp. Radix Group Incorporated, Red Root Artists and Artisans Multipurpose Cooperative, RMR Capital Incorporated, Tabornay Law, SAIO Systems, Salazar Law, San Miguel Holdings Corporation, SC Megaworld Construction and Development Corporation, SF Group of Companies, Skylo, Soro Soro Ibaba Development Cooperative, Tansky Renewables OPC, Tagibo Aquatech Solutions Corporation, Taisei Corporation, Taneco Trading Corporation, Trine Trade and Development OPC, Unisys Managed Services Corporation, Boktech Academy, Water Connect, YDL Law, and Zyme IT Consultants Incorporated. Ayan, so let us give ourselves a virtual round of applause for being present this afternoon. Maraming salamat po. And of course, just another reminders regarding our training requirements. Digital certificates of attendance will be issued within 1 month after the deadline of post-test and evaluation form submission. To obtain a digital training certificate, you must have submitted your training commitment form, completed the pre-test and attended the full session, accomplished the attendance form, and accomplished the post-test or evaluation form within 7 working days. Please note that you have to achieve at least 60% of the correct answers to pass the post-test. To give you an overview to what we have in store for you, let us run down the program of activity. Alright, so the first session focuses on the brief refresher on PPP concepts and processes. A short open forum will follow after this. Then the second session will cover the processing of unsolicited PPP proposals, which will be divided into 3 parts. The first part will cover the PPP Center's assessment of the completeness of unsolicited proposal and IA's decision to process or reject USP. The second part will cover the initial processing and detailed evaluation of the USP by the IA, negotiation with the private proponent, as well as the review and approval of the unsolicited proposal. The third and last part will focus on the procurement stage, where the comparative challenge process and the contract review will be discussed. So the open forum will follow right after the session 2. Then we'll proceed with the closing activities to officially conclude the program. All right, so moving forward to our first session on the PPP concepts and processes. Allow me to introduce our STEAM resource person. So our first resource person currently serves as the Director 3 of the Capacity Building and Knowledge Management Service at the PPP Center. She joined the center in 2015 as an attorney under the Project Advisory Division, providing legal assistance across transportation, water, healthcare, and education sectors. She also led the Legal Services Internal Operations Division, concurrently served as Supervising Officer of the Project Monitoring Service, and contributed directly to the drafting and passage of the landmark PPP Code of the Philippines. Prior to the PPP Center, she managed right-of-way acquisitions at the DOTR and practiced at Chavez Miranda and Asier's Law Office. She holds a degree in Communication Arts from UST and a Juris Doctor from the Ateneo de Manila School of Law. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Attorney Cyrus Ann A. Nang Santiago. Hi, Attorney Sai. Good afternoon po.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Jen. And good afternoon po to everyone. On behalf of the PPP Center, thank you for attending this quick session this afternoon. We are encouraged by the number of our participants who have registered for this event. So hopefully, this initiative brings in more private sector interest to not only submitting unsolicited proposals, but also generally joining in the, whether solicited or unsolicited projects in the country. So before I begin, this is supposed to be a fairly short refresher, but I would like a show of hands online. If there are people here that are hearing about PPPs, or this will essentially be their first time encountering these concepts. If we can have a show of hands, just so we have a base level understanding of the participants. So thank you for that. I note that a number of participants here have some familiarity already with concepts. Allow me to humor me as I try to discuss for those that are hearing these concepts for the first time. Also, looking at our participants, it may be better for me to speak in English, so everyone can understand the discussion. So this is just a refresher on concepts and processes. So let's, Jen, you can, next slide, please. So for this afternoon, I'll be discussing three major things: the PPP program and the PPP legal framework, PPP concepts, and then finally salient features of the PPP unsolicited proposal process. This is a refresher or a general overview. My colleagues in later on will discuss the steps more extensively. Okay, next slide. Next slide. So we are operating under the framework of the PPP Code of the Philippines. This is a fairly newish law passed December 2023, and then its IRR was issued and became effective April of 2024. So the introduction of the PPP Code of the Philippines, we introduced major reforms under this law, which you will see later on. But essentially, it unified the fragmented legal framework for PPPs, as that I will describe in the succeeding slides, because previously there were various legal frameworks governing PPPs in the country. Second, we decentralized and streamlined approval processes. So we've given a lot of leeway for, let's say, local government to approve their own projects, or improved thresholds for when does a project need to be elevated, for example, to the ED Council, or when is it sufficient for approval at an agency level. clearer rules and timelines for unsolicited proposals, which you will see here. We've really made sure that projects are moving to ensure its predictability. That's why there are strict timelines that need to be followed and consequences as to certain actions or inaction from the government. Predictable tariff regime that safeguards public interest. This pertains to the duty of regulatory agencies concerned with tariffs or user fees to really make sure that their process for approving initial tariffs and increases thereto are there are strict guidelines that have to be complied with, all for ensuring predictability in these regimes. And then finally, we institutionalize PPP good practices and lessons learned. As you're well aware, this is not PPPs are not new in the country. We've had decades of experience um, doing PPPs, and we've tried to incorporate a number of these best practices in the PPP code. Next slide. So, as I mentioned, previously fragmented legal framework. If you were, we had previously RA 6957 or the BOT law as amended, which was applicable for all government entities, whether national or local. However, that did not include joint ventures, and that's why NEDA issued the JV guidelines, which was applicable for essentially entities with corporate funds. The DILG also encouraged the creation of local PPP codes or JV ordinances. And then finally, if you were an entity with a special charter, that allowed you to create your own rules and guidelines with regard to entering into a partnership with the private sector, that you were also allowed to do that. So under the PPP code, I just to lay all of this to finalize these issues, it's just the PPP code now. It now provides a unified legal framework for implementing national and local projects. So previous legal frameworks are no longer effective. So if for example you are trying to coordinate with an LGU and they raise their local PPP ordinances, you may inform them if they're not aware that those are no longer controlling and that the PPP code has effectively repealed those ordinances. So in short, PPP code na lang po yung what we'll be looking at when we want to enter into PPPs with the government. Next slide. Yeah, go ahead. So in in our jurisdiction, this is how we define PPPs. It's a contractual arrangement between an implementing agency and a private partner to finance, design, construct, operate, and maintain, or any combination or variation thereof. This pertains to the obligations that the government may want the private sector to handle for a particular project. It could also include rehabilitation, expansion, other works of an infrastructure or development project or service typically provided by the public sector. This pertains to, we have to be mindful of the kinds of projects. So this will be expanded on a bit later, but not all partnerships involving the government is necessarily a PPP, specifically if it does not pertain to infrastructure or development projects and services that are typically provided by that agency or that sector. So here we look at the mandate of that agency or that LGU if this is within their scope of duties and responsibilities, and also if they provide public service. Um, each party shares in associated risk. This is a very crucial component of PPPs because effectively there's a commercial transactional relationship here, and the associated risk pertains to obligations of either side. Um, all with the intent of making sure that project cost is low, diba? Because that effectively we want to minimize project costs because that will affect the quality of the project and how long it needs to be, and the burdens to both the government and the private sector, and overall the viability of the project. Um, so, for example, here in a project, various risks. A straightforward example is right of way or delivery of land. Um, that risk is normally given to the government because the government has the power of eminent domain. They can expropriate that asset, as opposed to giving that risk to the private sector, um, which might give them trouble with, let's say, a different private owner refusing to sell the land or selling it at a very a high price, which in effect would not only delay the project but also increase project costs. So we give the risk to the party who is best able to manage it. So if the project contains requires the private sector to do the construction, so obviously construction related risk will be handled by the private sector. So for those who are unaware, we do have the generic preferred risk allocation matrix, which is a matrix of risks encountered in a PPP project. And this was issued by the DOF and assigns which party should be handling these risks. It also provides for instances where risk can be shared and also contractual mitigating measures to lessen the risk that those possess. So we do have some guidelines for this because diverging from that risk would require like a justification. And then finally, investment recovery of the private partner is linked to performance. As you're well aware, PPP contracts are long, and the government here in PPP contracts really become um, contract managers or regulators in the sense to make sure that the commitments of the private sector, the private partner are being complied with. So the role of the government here changes, but they are still there and they are still present. So non-compliance with KPIs, with service level commitments may result to, let's say, delays in deductions, penalties, delays in payment, things like that. That's why it's linked to performance, the recovery of investment. Next slide. So just a further expansion of this, what is included and excluded in the scope of the PPP code. So obviously those that were under the BOT law, so those variants, joint ventures as defined under the PPP code, lease agreements providing for the rehabilitation, operations and maintenance, including the provision of working capital or improvements thereto by the private partner of a government-owned asset or facility for a period of more than 1 year. That constitutes a PPP. Lease agreements when the lease is a component of a PPP project, because there are some PPPs that are structured in a way that part of the obligation of the private sector, the private partner, is to lease government land. In which case, that component will be governed by the PPP code. O&M facilities, and finally, all infrastructure or development facility projects or services that satisfies the elements of a PPP. We as we're all aware, a contract is determined not by its title, but or its nomenclature, but rather the provisions thereof. So if we see that it has the elements of a PPP, it's going to be governed by the PPP code and the processes there. No, it cannot escape the law. It excludes, the PPP code excludes, obviously, if it is a project procured under 12009 or the new Government Procurement Act. Management contracts which do not possess elements of a PPP. Certain renewable energy contracts, because there is a different law guidelines governing those, such as those contemplated by COA or DBM circulars. Joint ventures and lease agreements which involve purely commercial arrangements. these do not fall under the PPP code, particularly if they do not provide public infrastructure or development service. So not all partnerships with the private sector will be is considered a PPP if it is purely commercial and does not involve a government service, public infrastructure development service. Then it can be taken out of the law. So common examples here oh, the government has an asset and someone wants to lease it to as a locator for a gas station. So that's not something that will fall under the ambit of the PPP code. Or you have a government building and the private sector approaches them to install a billboard. So that will not fall under PPP. So again, if it satisfies all elements of a PPP, it will be considered a PPP. If you are unsure, then the PPPs you can reach the PPP center for confirmation. Sige, next slide. So this is just a general idea of the various infrastructure or development projects and services that can be undertaken as a PPP. This is no way exclusive. And again, as I mentioned, you may request for even the private sector and other stakeholders may request for a non-policy matter opinion to determine whether a project is covered by the PPP code and its IRR. Thanks. So I'm sure you are very familiar with this, but just to give you an idea of the various ways in which the private sector can enter into PPPs, it could be as through an integrated PPP where design, construction, and operations and maintenance are undertaken all by one private partner. It could also be a non-integrated or hybrid, in which case, let's say the government already has design or has already completed construction of the facility. They just need someone to do operations and maintenance. That's something that portion of the project can be an unsolicited or can be subject of a PPP or an unsolicited proposal. Very many permutations. It really depends on what the government needs and what the private sector can provide. But just be mindful that in PPPs, normally at the end of the concession period, there is a transfer of the facility back to the government, even if the private sector is the one that may have constructed it and operated it. It goes back after the concession period. So whether the roles of the parties, it really depends. In this case, in the unsolicited proposal and maybe eventually during negotiation. Next slide. Various investment recovery schemes are available to the private sector. It can be revenue-based PPPs. We see this in when the private partner is allowed to charge user fees. So toll roads, bulk water charges, tipping fees. The end user is the one shouldering payments to the private partner. It could be availability-based PPPs, which is when the implementing agency allocates a budget for payment of the private partner. We usually see this in projects that are social infrastructure projects that have no or very poor internal rate of return, but very high economic internal rate of return, meaning it has a lot of impact to society, such as education, such as prison. So there's value to these facilities, even though they are not particularly revenue generating. So in this case, the government is willing to budget funds akin to amortization so that the facility or the remains available to the public. And then there are other investment recovery schemes, really up to how creative the parties are. It could be allowing the private partner to explore the commercial potential of a particular asset contiguous or related to the project, or even commercial other commercial use, such as allowing concessionaires to lease assets to be paid to the private partner, or advertising rights, could even be naming rights. It's really a lot of options here, depending on the what is approved eventually. Next slide. So these are common bid parameters in PPP projects. When we talk about bid parameters, these are what will be used by the government in determining who is the most responsive bidder for a project. Unlike in traditional procurement, that it's always the lowest bid, in PPPs, there are various options. For example, it could be if it is a user fee related project, then lowest proposed fees might be the parameter. If it is a project that the government is really keen to undertake, but will need some government undertaking or government funding, that could be the measurement, lowest viability gap funding being required from the government. It could also be highest value of payments, or for example, concession fees, rental fees in the contract, guaranteed payments, percentage shares and profits. That may be allowed, and any other appropriate financial or even performance-based parameter, such as lowest contingent liability in the case of the government. If the government eventually becomes liable for certain contingent liabilities, they become then that could be the basis for a bid parameter. So really a lot of options here. A combination is allowed, again, as approved. But of course, in all these, there's a presumption that the private partner has complied with the technical requirements of the bid. So that's why we're already looking at the bid parameters to the financial component of the project. Again, this is also something that can be eventually discussed in negotiation. Next slide. Okay. So implementing agencies are national implementing agencies. Who are they? National government agencies, state universities and colleges, GOCCs, water districts, and economic zone authorities. And then local implementing agencies are LGUs and local universities and colleges. Both these entities can undertake solicited or unsolicited PPP projects. Solicited projects are those that they initiated as an implementing agency. And these projects are subject to public bidding. Unsolicited proposals are those proposals initiated by the private sector. These will be subject to comparative challenge, or previously known as a Swiss challenge. Next slide. So what do we do as the PPP Center? We facilitate the country's PPP program, and we serve as the central coordinating and monitoring agency for all PPP projects in the country. In this regard, we provide technical assistance to projects for the entire life cycle, so from development to implementation. We have dedicated services for the entire process. So we advocate for policy initiatives, we conduct capacity building initiatives, we draft policy matter opinions for approval of our governing board, and also non-policy matter opinions. And then we have certain facilities that are meant to help in the development of projects, which is the Project Development and Monitoring Facility, and also a risk management fund to help the government, the national government, manage liabilities that may arise pursuant to the implementation of PPP contracts. Next. So very briefly, again, this will be discussed more extensively by my colleagues. Salient features of the PPP Code unsolicited process. Sige, next slide. So regardless of whether it's solicited or an unsolicited project, it will go through the same stages: the development stage, review and approval; the procurement stage, which includes review of the PPP contract; and then finally the implementation stage. Next slide. So consolidated list of investment programs and the list of PPP projects. So the consolidated list of investment programs, or what we call CLIPs, this refers to existing national, local, regional, and sectoral investment programs, such as the PIP, the TRIP, the IFPs, etc., duly approved by the appropriate authority in those IAs. What is this list? This is actually, I think, can we go to the next slide? Balik na lang tayo here later. So you can find that on our website. It's in the on our homepage in Investors Corner, and then you can find consolidated list of investment programs. And then, sige, go back to the previous slide. Why do we show this? This is not just PPPs. These are projects that have various sources of um, financing. Why do we put this first as due diligence for the government when they're planning? We want them to make sure that what they're planning is complements existing development plans or is not in conflict with it. But for the private sector, we also want the private sector in the performance of also their due diligence, or they're looking for what projects they can offer to the government. Look at the clips so that you can align your proposals with these plans. So it's and if you and same with the list of PPP projects, if you see that there's interest in the government for particular projects, then you are free. You are free and you are encouraged to submit those proposals to them. They're more likely to accept them because there's already interest to begin with. And also, in some instances, they would like to be saved from the hassle of creating their own FS. But um, that's the reality. However, there are instances that if it's already in their list of PPP projects and then they're already developing it, then there's that risk that the proposal might not be entertained because they're already developing something. So only projects that are in the list of PPP, in the clips, will be included in the list of PPP projects. Because the clips is the macro list, and the list of PPP projects are those that are exclusively contemplated to be funded through private sector financing as PPP. So the PPP, the list of PPP projects are also submitted to the PPP Center and other oversight agencies. But to see them, you can go to our dashboard because it indicates in our and that's the website. The dashboard has the list of PPP projects, and it indicates what LGU or what implementing agency at what stage that project is. Maybe it's still in conceptualization, maybe it's in development, review, approval, or implementation. So you will have a better idea of the market. So we encourage you to take a look at those the information. Note that the USP, if there's an unsolicited proposal, it may be included in the list of PPP projects after it has been determined complete. But it does not convert USP to a solicited proposal. It's just gonna be there. If eventually it's rejected, then it will be removed. But once it has been determined by the PPP Center as complete, then it goes to the IA and will go in the list of PPP projects of that agency. Next slide. In the development stage, obviously, one of the requirements is a feasibility study. While the scope may vary, it should contain certain minimum information: economic analysis, financial analysis, VFM analysis, risk allocation, bankability, and social and environmental analysis, etc. The PPP code provides the enumeration. We also have a template that will be discussed later on. Also, there are specific requirements in the PPP code, such as the protection for GEDC and climate resilience. There are some requirements there. Also important, stakeholder consultation. It should be performed during the prior to the submission of an unsolicited proposal. It should be conducted in accordance with relevant guidelines by by the ED Council. Next. Okay. So, previously, under the old legal framework, if a project has been identified already by the government, it can no longer be subject of an unsolicited proposal unless there's new concept or technology. There were certain requirements. In the PPP code, that's been we no longer need to comply with that. Even if a project is in the list of PPP projects, it can still be subject of an unsolicited proposal, even without new concept or technology. The only requirement being that if that government agency has already incurred development costs, then the private partner should reimburse the government for these development costs for the past 3 years. So that's the only consideration. Note that the PPP Center is the entry point for all unsolicited proposals. This is also something new in the law. We have the unsolicited proposal submission portal, and all USP should be submitted there. I'll discuss this later on, but the PPP Center has 10 calendar days to conduct a completeness check of those submitted USPs. And it is only those that we have deemed complete that will be endorsed to the implementing agency. There are instances where we may receive more than one unsolicited proposal for a very similar project. If So what happens is, let's say on the first, we receive an unsolicited proposal, but within 10 calendar days from receipt of that first proposal, we receive another one. If we will accept it if it is submitted within 10 calendar days from the submission of the first. If they are both complete, then both will be endorsed to the implementing agency. However, those that are submitted after the 10-day calendar period, we will return those with an advice to them that, if this goes to comparative challenge, then you are free to participate there. Or if eventually the project is rejected, the proposals are rejected by the IA, then we can entertain your proposal. But right now, we've already endorsed a very similar project to the implementing agency. Next slide. So as I mentioned, 10 calendar days for us to do a completeness check. All must be submitted to the USP portal. If it is not submitted to the portal, it is not deemed submitted. The periods don't run. While the private sector and the government are not precluded from, let's say, having initial exploratory meetings, etc., that does not really officially start the time. It only the period starts once the PPP Center receives that. Supplemental submissions are not allowed, and we also employ a three-strike rule, which is if a proposal has been returned to the proponent for 3 times already because of certain incomplete documents, then there is a freeze period of 180 days wherein they cannot submit. We say this because documents remain incomplete and they have not taken on PPP Center's guidance with regard to what matters need to be refined in their proposal. Because when it is submitted to the PPP Center and when we return it to the private sector, we indicate the matters that that we have determined incomplete. However, even pre-submission, the PPP Center tries to be very facilitative. So the proponent is free to request a meeting to the PPP Center if they have questions with regard to the submission of their unsolicited proposal. And you can email those requests there in the website and the email address provided. We also have knowledge products that provide for the checklist of all documents that need to be submitted to the PPP Center to ensure completion. Again, you can look at the scan the QR code for the completeness check procedure. And also, even before we issue our notice of our letter informing the private proponent that their submissions are incomplete, we do initiate calls and meetings with them so that they can, if we have additional questions with regard to their submissions. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, then it's here then anyway. So the PPP Center reviews the unsolicited proposal submitted through our USP portal for a completeness check. Once we endorse a complete proposal to the government, it will do initial processing of the USP. And this is a very short period, 10 calendar day period, which is really just to assess whether the project is aligned with its mandate and priorities. So failure of the IA to act within that time frame, it is the submission is deemed rejected. This is what I mentioned earlier with regard to timelines. So there are in certain parts of the process automatic acceptance or rejection depend if there is inaction for a period of time. So this is really just to assess, this 10-day period is really just to assess whether they are keen on doing a more detailed evaluation of this project. No rights are granted at this stage. Let's say that the project is accepted for detailed evaluation. Then the government will do detailed evaluation. So this is the conduct of a full technical, financial, or legal evaluation, reviewing value for money of the project and the risk allocation being proposed, reviewing the revenue model and the fiscal impact, and they have 90 calendar days to perform this. Should the implementing agency decide that it wants to do, to do the negotiation, then the head of agency shall issue a notice of acceptance and also a notice for negotiation, notice to commence negotiation. In this stage of detailed evaluation, failure to act within the time provided, the project will be deemed approved to proceed to the next step, which is negotiation. So both sides will come up with a negotiation team, and what will they be negotiating with? The parameters, terms, and conditions of the project. So risk allocation, KPIs, payments or revenue scheme, etc. And please note that the members of the negotiation committee for both sides must have authority to bind their principals. This is to avoid instances where you bring someone to the negotiation and all they say is, "Oh, I'll raise this with my principals. Let us get back to you." This is because the period for negotiation is tight. It's fairly short. It's 90 calendar days, but can be extended to 150 days upon mutual agreement of the parties. During this time also, whatever agreements have been made by the parties should be incorporated in the draft PPP contract. If after the period of days provided, the negotiation is successful, it is only at this time when the implementing agency will grant the private partner, the potential private partner, the original proponent status. If no action is done during this period of negotiation, it will be considered a failed negotiation. Next slide. Okay, so let's go to review and approval. This was also something we mentioned earlier, more streamlined. So if this is a national PPP project, if it is 15 billion and above, it will be by the NEDA board, or now called the DepDev board. Oh, ED Council, sorry. 120 calendar days to decide. And then if it is below 15 billion, it will be the head of the agency, or if it has a board, then the board of that agency. If it is below, there are certain instances where if it is below 15 billion, but it might need to go through the ICC, which will have 90 calendar days to decide. These are projects that may have a physical overlap with another government project. It may negatively impact the economic benefits, demands, or financial viability of another government project. There may be requirements for a government undertaking. If it involves availability payments from the national government, or if it's a joint venture and the obligation of the government exceeds 50% of its entire asset, then it will have to go to the ICC, even if it is below 15 billion. But barring those conditions, then if it's below 15 billion, the approval rests at the agency level. If it is a local PPP project, then it's the local sanggunian or its LUC board that will approve the project regardless of cost, only requiring an endorsement from the local development council, which should be given 30, who is given 30 calendar days to confirm the project. Certain criteria may require additional endorsement. If it is a local PPP project affecting national or sectoral development plans and national projects, then RDC endorsement is required. And then ICC approval for local PPPs requiring allowable government undertakings and or availability payments using national government funds. So barring these special rules, then approvals are fairly straightforward. Next slide. In case a PPP project has been approved, meaning after nego, it's approved by your head of agency or your board or the ED council, the approving body shall issue a notice of approval to the implementing agency within 10 calendar days from its decision to approve the project. If it is disapproved, same period applies and state the grounds as well. Failure to render a final decision by the approving body means that the PPP project shall be deemed approved and will actually proceed to procurement. So in which case, the PPP center shall notify the appropriate approving body and the implementing agency that the approval period has lapsed and the project is deemed approved. In which case, the implementing agency may proceed with the procurement of the project within 7 calendar days from receipt of that notification. Next slide. General information during the procurement stage. It may be a single stage or two-stage bidding as proposed by the implementing agency. And the PBAC or the PPP Bids and Awards Committee is the one who will decide on the best mechanism for assessing the qualification or pre-qualification of prospective bidders or challengers, and as well as evaluating proposals. Similar to traditional procurement, we have a freeze period within at least 30 calendar days before bid submission. No changes in the bid documents will be allowed. Not just that, no supplemental bid bulletins, no changes to the draft contract will be allowed 30 calendar days before bid submission date. For the contract, there are necessary review and approvals that need to be obtained. So PPP Center is there to review your final draft contract for compliance with the approved parameters, terms, and conditions, but this pertains to national PPPs only. The implementing agency's respective statutory council, so that's OGCC or OSG, for compliance with applicable laws, rules, and regulations. And then the DOF will also review if there are national government undertakings or availability payments to be sourced to the national government. So this applies for both national and local projects. There are processes under the PPP code. Excuse me. Maximum calendar period of 45 calendar days. The grounds of protest are provided in the PPP code. And then the general process is an MR to the PBAC, which they have to resolve within 5 calendar days. Unhappy with that, you may appeal to the head of the implementing agency within 10 they have 10 calendar days to decide. And unhappy with that, there is an appeal to the department secretary, which and they have 15 calendar days to decide on the appeal. There are also appeal fees here applicable, but if your appeal is found meritorious, then that will be returned to you. Next slide. For here, please be reminded that even though there are various entities reviewing the contract, it is the duty of the head of the implementing agency to make sure that the draft contract complies with the parameters, terms, and conditions approved by the approving body, and also the comments or recommendations of the required reviewing entities have been adopted. No, for key procurement activities in the unsolicited process stage, as I mentioned, if there's successful negotiation, then the original proponent will be granted original proponent status or OPS. This is valid for a period of 1 year, which is non-extendable. What is the benefit of being an OPS? It essentially gives you the right to match during the unsolicited proposal during the comparative challenge phase. So the challenge phase should be at least 90 calendar days to a maximum of 1 year. And if there is a more favorable bid, and we're really talking about the financial component, but because the technical components theoretically have been complied with, that's why we're talking about the financial aspect already, only of the bid. If there is another private entity that effectively outbids or provides a more favorable bid to the as opposed to the one submitted by the OPS, then the OPS has 30 calendar days to match that so that the project still will be awarded to the OPS. However, if, however, the OPS, which is valid for 1 year, expires prior to the start of the comparative challenge process, then it cannot be renewed. Effectively, there is no longer a comparative challenge process to begin with. In the evaluation of bids, the evaluation of technical proposals is 30 calendar days maximum, and then evaluation of financial proposals is 15 calendar days. However, there may be a simultaneous evaluation for a total of 45 calendar days from bid opening if the project itself warrants the appreciation of both the technical and financial proposal. The PPP Code and its IRR provides a very detailed timeline of activities to be observed during this process. The website also has extensive information and knowledge products that will help the private sector in determining, the proper process for undertaking projects. Next slide. Oh, this is during implementation stage. Excuse me. As I mentioned earlier, the PPP Code adopted a number of best practices and lessons learned from previous PPP experiences. One of which is the mandatory hiring of an independent consultant, which is essentially a third-party neutral that is hired during after project is awarded to make sure that the commitments of actually both sides are complied with. So, for example, delivery of design should be done X number of days from signing of the contract, and this design should comply with the commitments in the contract. Then the independent consultant is there to verify this information, so it doesn't devolve to a he said, she said scenario between the government and the private partner. Notably, the costs for the compensation for this independent consultant will be borne equally by the government and the private sector, 50-50. Although the government is the one who will procure it by virtue of the restrictions in procurement processes for government. But 50-50 the share. Consultants may be individual if the project is fairly small and straightforward. If it is a big project, then you may need a bigger, like a firm or consulting firm. The PPP Code also strengthened our mandate for project monitoring. So now there is mandatory submission to the PPP Center of all copies of executed PPP contracts and other project documents The PPP code also requires the mandatory adoption of contract management plans, which includes at minimum project execution plan and a conflict and risk mitigation plan. Finally, similar with other government contracts, there is a requirement to use dispute avoidance and alternative dispute resolution mechanisms in PPP contracts. Similar to traditional traditional procurement, variation, expansion, and extensions are allowed, provided that necessary approvals are obtained. However, there are some instances where additional approvals may no longer be required if the initial approval of the approving body contemplated possible variations, expansions, or extensions. So, for example, if a project is really for 10 years, extendable to five more years upon mutual agreement of the parties. If there's language like that and it was approved by the approving body, then there's no need to return to the approving body for that additional 5 years because the contract already provides that it may be extendable upon mutual agreement, things like that. Or if is an extension, let's say it's a highway and it's supposed to have exit points at A, B, and C with the option of an exit point at D. So if the parties eventually agree to that exit at point D, then no additional approvals need to be obtained. So just to get an idea. However, if this is not something that was contemplated when the original approval was obtained, then you have to look at the PPP code to determine who is the appropriate approving body for that particular variation. There are some instances where the head of agency is sufficient, and it usually depends on the project cost, the submitted project cost and the cost of the expansion, extension, or variation. Then you may have to go to elevate the approval to the appropriate body. Similar to traditional procurement, do not conduct variation, expansion, or extension without obtaining the necessary approval first. Otherwise, you will not be compensated. And then finally, the splitting of proposed variations, extensions, or expansions is strictly prohibited. Next slide. I believe this is my last slide. These are just other salient provisions of the law. The PPP Code accepts alternative financing instruments to finance PPPs, green financing, sukuk, bonds, and other capital market financing. As I mentioned earlier, there's a strong inclusion of GEDC and other safeguards across the PPP life cycle. So as early as project development, these considerations have to be incorporated. Not just in development, but it's also part of the minimum FS component. It is an approval criteria for approving bodies. It is required to have KPI metrics. And there are also mandatory contract provisions that safeguard GEDC and other climate resilience and sustainability initiatives. PPPs are still effectively government projects, so they will be audited subject to by the COA. The COA has recently passed a PPP audit manual, so we look forward to them applying that manual in their review of PPP projects. And then finally, there are administrative, civil, and penal sanctions in the PPP code. You can just read them in the law. With penalty is 3 to 6 years of imprisonment and a fine of 1 to 5 million. So I think that's it for me. I will turn this back over to Jen.
All right. So thank you so much, Attorney Sai, for that very comprehensive yet concise yet very comprehensive presentation on the PPP concepts and the overall processes. So once again, let's give her a virtual round of applause. Yeah, but before we proceed with the next session, I'd like to acknowledge some implementing agencies and private sector agencies watching our live stream on YouTube and Facebook. So thank you so much for tuning in. Ayan, so we also have participants outside Zoom platform. Right, at this juncture, we would we will proceed with the session 2 on the processing of unsolicited PPP proposals. So allow me to introduce the panel of resource persons that we have for this session. So first we have Mr. Jomari B. Quizon. Jom serves as Project Evaluation Officers within the PPP Center's Review and Compliance Division. In this role, they manage the end-to-end evaluation of unsolicited proposals from conducting preliminary reviews and formal completeness checks to monitoring project compliance with statutory timelines through the approval stage. Second, we have Engineer Carl Eileen C. Hilario. She is a licensed civil engineer with 5 years of experience in project management, quantity surveying, and academic instruction. She earned her Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering from UP Los Baños and is pursuing her Master of Arts in Urban and Regional Planning at UP Diliman. As a Project Development Officer at the PPP Center's Infrastructure Division, she oversees infrastructure projects and has assisted key implementing agencies like DICT and DOF in processing unsolicited proposals. And last but not the least, we have Engineer Tisha Marie Arellano, a Project Development Officer at the PPP Procurement Management Division under the Legal Service. She earned her BS in Civil Engineering from FEU Institute of Technology and her MBA from Anglia Ruskin University. She has extensive experience in the development and procurement of various PPP projects. All right, so to kick off this session 2, with a discussion of the PPP Center's assessment of the completeness of unsolicited proposal and IA's decision to process or reject USP, let us now welcome Mr. Jomari B. Quizon. Hi, Jom. Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon also, Jen. Thank you for that. So, just for a second. Okay, good day everyone, especially to our private proponents and consultants. As you know, I'm from the Project Evaluation Service, which typically handles the completeness check of unsolicited proposals. So if you are planning to submit one, it is our team that you will be meeting. So if you are planning to submit an unsolicited proposal, we will discuss today the important parts that you need to understand in terms of our treatment, our requirements, and of course the highlights of the checklist that you need to take note of when submitting one. Okay, so let's proceed to the next slide. So in our presentation outline, number 1, we will be discussing the overview of a completeness check. What is a completeness check and what is its purpose? Number 2, the list of documentary requirements for PPP projects so that you know what is the correct checklist for that. Number 3, guidelines in conducting a completeness check. 4, submission of an unsolicited proposal for completeness check. 5, actions from implementing agency following PPP Center endorsement. Then at the end of this session, we will have a short activity just to practice how we do completeness check so that you'll be able to understand how we treat one. Okay, so let's start with the overview of a completeness check. So what is a completeness check? Here it says that a completeness check is a review conducted to ensure that all the required information and documents for a project are present and compliant. When we say present, actually what we check only in this stage, the completeness check, which is the first stage when you submit an unsolicited proposal. Take note that we are the first entry for when submitting an unsolicited proposal, the PPP Center. We conduct a 10 calendar day completeness check wherein we we evaluate or check only for presence and absence of information and documents only. We don't check if the information is correct or not. Then what is the purpose of a completeness check? To establish that the information and documents are submitted are sufficient to enable the implementing agency to conduct detailed evaluation and facilitate decision. So as clearly as it is said here, we this is just a preparation so that when we endorse the complete proposal for the implementing agency, they will be able to conduct a detailed evaluation because the information and the necessary documents are already there, ready for evaluation. So it is only in the detailed evaluation stage wherein they check the correctness, or let's say the substance of the unsolicited proposal itself. So take note, implementing agency may refer to a department, bureau, office, and other national government, as is it said here in the footnote. Then, so what do we consider unsolicited proposal complete? Completeness in substance, meaning information and documents submitted are compliant with the requirements listed. So all the items, the requirements, information required in the checklist should be submitted or should be in the submission in your documents so that we can consider that as complete. Also, completeness in form, meaning you need to follow the correct forms. We have actually a standard checklist. The latest one is 2025, June 30. So make sure that you are using the correct forms when submitting. But yeah, we will discuss this later or on when you can find the correct forms. Kasi there are times wherein galing pa sa local na implementing agency yung forms wherein outdated siya. Pero all of this can be found naman sa ating website, sa PPP Center website. Okay, so here's the list of documentary requirements for PPP projects para you won't be confused. So here in the first column is the checklist for completeness check of unsolicited proposal. This is what we will be needing. Then on the second column is the checklist for projects submitted for ICC or DepDev ED Council approval, NEDA board ito. Then here naman on the fourth column is for local approval. Yeah. So as you can see in this stage, the completeness check stage, the value for money model is not yet required. So also on the other parts, here's the only items that are required: project site plan, draft PPP contract, and private proponent and qualification form. Also, this includes the qualification documents, the documentary requirements. Okay, on to the next item. We'll be discussing how we treat or what are we looking for in an unsolicited proposal. So here in your left side, in the left side of the screen, this is the requirements in the checklist. Then on the right side, these are the highlights that usually private proponents miss when submitting an unsolicited proposal. So in the first item is the letter should be signed by the authorized representative of the private proponent. There are times kasi na we receive a word file lang wherein there's no signature, parang draft letter lang yung nasubmit. So we could not consider that. Then The second item is the certification that the proposal does not have prohibited government undertakings as defined in Section 10C of the PPP Code and Section 10 of its IRR. So this is just a simple statement in that you can include in the letter. So you may also try to imitate or copy this language or this statement. So yeah, on to the next item. Oh, also, before I proceed to the next item is also being missed by the proponents, which is the list of all documents being submitted in support of the unsolicited proposal, including file names of each document. So make sure the bukod sa list of all documents, you have to include the file names of each document. Like for example, feasibility study, what is the exact file name of the document that you will be submitting? So make sure to include all file names of each document that you will be submitting in the cover letter. Okay, next item. So here's the content of the feasibility study from A to H. So take note, general rule, the information should not be older than 3 years. So make sure that all data and sources of information, studies should not be older than 3 years and must be the latest. Should there be a case wherein a data is older than 3 years, you may justify the reason for the use of such data so that we may consider it for completeness check purposes. Okay, then next assumption. So make sure that all assumptions have bases and references. Kindly note that these bases and references refers to the sources like studies or let's say internal company data. Make sure that it also includes the date on when is it sourced. This could also refer to BOQs, Bill of Quantities. Make sure to include the date also. Also take note that for completeness check purposes, you don't need to include the specific file you're referring to instead, like also the BOQs, considering that these may be too confidential for you to disclose in the unsolicited proposal. What we can in with refers to bases and references, we consider if you just state that where these information are based on only, not necessarily that you need to upload it in the portal for submission. Then third item, stakeholder analysis. So take note, we have two categories here for stakeholder analysis. We have one is the stakeholder consultations conducted already. So there's a different requirement in terms of stakeholder consultations that are conducted already. So you will have to submit the results of the stakeholder consultations already, including the sample size, methodology, stakeholder map, concerns raised during the stakeholder consultations. Then, of course, the proposed measures to address those concerns. And of course, the dates when such consultations were conducted. Of course, also the information of the stakeholders of the project. Then for those projects or proponents that haven't prepared or let's say conducted the stakeholder consultations yet, you are required instead to propose a stakeholder analysis which contains details of the stakeholders, including their potential concerns and of course potential proposed mitigation measures for those concerns. And of course, a stakeholder map, then a stakeholder plan, which should contain a stakeholder, when such stakeholders will be conducted and how will it be conducted. So those are methodologies. Then for project costs, it should clearly indicate the breakdown of the project costs it should not just be the total project cost. It should indicate what it consists of. Okay. Then onto the next item. So in the demand and supply market analysis, make sure that the existing demand is actually connected or linked to the projected demand. Then for the proposed user fee, it should justify, we should have a justification for acceptability and affordability, like willingness to pay survey on how if the market, or let's say the demand, will it be acceptable to the stakeholders, or let's say the users. Then we also accept comparative market survey, wherein we check similar prices for the similar products or services. So it is acceptable for proposed user fee analysis. Okay, then in item 6, in the financial and economic analysis, please make sure that the values, or let's say assumptions, written in the feasibility study is actually consistent with the values and information in the models. So it does not have to be the same exact number, because we know some may be estimated in the feasibility study for narrative for explanation, or let's say easier understanding. But make sure that it's not conflicting and is complementary with the models. So make sure item B, sensitivity analysis, is provided. So sensitivity analysis is required. It should consist of demand, changes in demand, changes in revenues and costs. So there should be two sensitivity analyses one for the financial and one for economic. Okay, then for economic analysis, it should also discuss how the factors, or let's say financial costs, are converted to economic costs. It should also be clear on how the shadow factors are used. So we have ICC prescribed shadow factors. So for example, for foreign costs, it is 1.20 conversion. Then for unskilled labor, there's a conversion of 0.60. So make sure to consider that when converting financial costs to economic costs. Then for item 7, risk allocation mitigation plan, it must also be consistent with CC Form 3. So CC Form 3 is actually the risk allocation and mitigation form. Then for item 8, information on job creation, disaggregated data on sex and disability is required. So make sure that for this one, we don't accept general statement that we don't discriminate between sex and disability. What we are looking for in this item is a data itself, a proposed data on how many will we hire based on sex and disability. So these are just proposed or projection of information of data on sex and disability. Also, you may use previous data on what you usually hire based on your experience. So yeah, that's it. As long as it's data, it can be a percentage, or let's say an exact number, it's considered. Then for the next item, okay, so we are in the financial and economic models already. So the general rule here, the common mistake here in the financial and economic models is that there should be an assumption sheet wherein all bases and references and inputs, including hard-coded values, have corresponding resources or bases and references. So take note, bases and references are different from just explanation. So bases and references are resources, basis for studies, for let's say official articles, so on. Then on to the next item. So aside from the assumption sheet, we have a calculation sheet which should be in traceable formula format. So we're also very particular in this item wherein all cells, especially that needs calculation, should be in traceable formula format. So there should be no hard-coded value in those cells, even inside the formulas. Although in many cases we accept cells that includes commonly accepted hard-coded values, like for example, uh, conversion of year, months to years, conversion of millions to billions, so on. Then also, for item 4, contain information that are up to date, similar to the feasibility study. So make sure all bases and references have reference years. So if let's say we use an information or data that are older than 2 years, we may justify it so that we can consider. Then for item 5, if there are macros, make sure that you list all those cells that are affected. So in some cases, we accept also those that kahit hindi siya list, acceptable if ever na highlighted yung part na ginamitan ng macros. Acceptable siya. Then, of course, it should be in peso, all monetary values. So you have to convert one. And of course, if you use a conversion from foreign cost to peso, make sure to also indicate the conversion rate you use and what year is it based on. Okay. On to the next item. In the financial model, we have similar requirements here. Then, I think the unique one here is the cash flows expressed in nominal terms. So make sure when you all our cash flow should consider inflation rate or yeah, so that's it. Then make sure also if you can see, if you can observe from A to C, items A to C, balance sheet of the project for its full life cycle. So this refers to the full contract period of the project. So make sure that the projected items in the models are consistent with the contract period that you are proposing for your project. Okay. Then also take note on letter F, amount and schedule of firm liabilities of the implementing agency to the private proponent. I'd like to also disclose here regarding independent consultant costs. If ever that there's a construction in your project and you will be requiring an independent consultant. So an independent consultant should be procured by the implementing agency with both the private proponent and implementing agency shouldering the costs 50% each. So it should be included here also in the financial model, in the F, amount and schedule of firm liabilities. How much will be the cost of independent consultant that will be shared from the implementing agency. Okay. Then, as you can see here, actually, these are just a hypothetical example that all hard-coded values, all assumptions should have corresponding bases and references. So make sure that the bases and references are not just an explanation, but rather a source. Okay. So let's say if we receive your proposal looking like the one in red in X, so we will not be accepting that as compliant. Okay. Then onto the next item, traceable formula format. So in terms of traceability, it should all be in formulas. Make sure that there are no hard-coded values inside the formulas because it is still considered as a hard-coded value. Then, okay, so you can use this also. This is what our evaluators typically use when evaluating the models for completeness check. To check for macros, we just go to the developer tab in the Microsoft Excel, then go to macros. Then to spot hard-coded values and cell errors, we just press F5, then go to specials, tapos constants, we uncheck the text, then click OK. It will automatically highlight those cells that are straight up hard-coded value. So we just press the highlight button then so that the highlights will stay as is. Okay, but take note that this will not highlight those cells with hard-coded inside the formulas. So to show formulas in number 3, so we can check that by using this method, Control tilde key or Alt plus M plus H. So this will show all the formulas that you've used inside the sheet. So take note that we do this exercise in each of the sheet of the models. Then to check if there are hidden sheet, we just right click on the sheet tabs if ever that the unhide button for the sheet tab can be clicked. So there are for sure a hidden sheet. Then for item 5, to check the consistency of formulas across a row or column and highlight cells that may require further review, we press F5, then go to specials again, then click row differences or column differences, depending on your preference. Okay, then for the next item, we have CC Form 1. CC Form 2, 3, 4, and 5, then all forms should be fully accomplished. So make sure, just for us evaluators, what we ensure only is that all items in these forms are filled. If ever that some items are not applicable to you, just put not applicable, or you may also provide a justification. Just make sure that no blank spaces are left. Okay, so for CC Form 5, it should indicate the section of the mandatory provisions in the draft contract. Okay, so yeah, in this CC Form 1, you see the last column and of course the official project name. Just fill those all those items there. Then for CC Form 2, this should also include this talks about the government undertakings and financial obligations of the government. So make sure that all government undertakings are listed here. All government undertakings that you will be requiring for the project. Okay. Also, in the last item here, there's actually a table below CC Form 2, which is for financial obligations of the government. Don't forget to list the independent consultant costs in there if you will be requiring an independent consultant for your project. Then for CC Form 3, these are the risk allocation and risk mitigation plan. So make sure that all the items here are filled, so on. Then for CC Form 4, this is a form if you have interconnection and interface risks, you will have to answer this. But if you don't If you think that there are no interconnection interface risks for your project, you can just click the no tick box here. Okay, then for CC Form 5, make sure that you list down here where all these mandatory provisions can be found in your draft contract as applicable. Then for evaluation report, take note if your project will have an equity, if your project requires contribution from the government, may it be assets, properties, or rights, a third-party valuation is required. So you will be needing this document to submit this document. Okay. Then for project site plan, make sure that the owner of the proposed project site is disclosed. Not typically the specific owner, but you can disclose if it's privately owned or government owned. Then for next one, make sure that the estimated cost of land acquisition is also itemized in the financial model. If the project does not involve acquisition of land, just indicate 0. Then next item, when row is not applicable, I think it's not applicable, for example, if your project will utilize a land or a project site owned by your company. So there's no right of way acquisition. But should there be, let's say, affected structures, project affected persons, or utilities in that site, resettlement action plan must still be submitted. But if ever there's not, make sure that your submitted documents explains why such is not applicable for your project. Okay, incompleteness check form 5, yeah, draft contract. It's actually connected to the CC form 5. We check each item here if it's in the draft contract. So make sure to make it consistent. Then for item 2, make sure that your draft contracts includes your annexes. And of course, the annexes of the draft contract should not be blank. There are cases wherein we receive unsolicited proposals wherein the sections in the draft contract refers to several annexes. Like for example, KPIs can be found in Annex A. Then when we check Annex A, it is blank. So we consider that as incomplete. Okay, on to the next item, the private proponent information and qualification form. Similar to the CC forms, you have to fill all the boxes here. Just put NA if not applicable. Then for the list of requirements, there's actually a drop-down box here. Make sure to enter yes, no, or not applicable. So there are instructions here that you should follow. Like for example, for all entities listed under BPIQ form item 1, make sure that they have provided such documentary requirements required here. So there's another actually requirement which is the qualification documents, where you will have to submit the items that you listed yes in this sheet. Okay. So yeah, this is it. So make sure that all fields are filled out, so on. Then here's the general notes. So as I've said before, there may be items that are not applicable for your project. Just make sure that your submission clearly indicates that it is not applicable and why is it not applicable. Then for item 2, make sure that all information and data is consistent. Like for example, there are cases wherein they say that valuation report, third-party valuation is not applicable, but we see in your other document an item that requires contribution from the of land from the implementing agency. Then for our item 3, all bases and references, of course, for the assumptions must be provided. For in-house data, so as I've said before, we accept if ever that the data or source that you are using are in-house or proprietary in nature. Just make sure that it is disclosed in your submission. Okay, for item 4, make sure that all the forms that we require in the checklist are fully accomplished and submitted. So yeah. So here's what happens. Let's say if your project is complete, we will be endorsing it to the appropriate implementing agency in writing and indicate the following, confirming its completeness. So we have a completeness check letter together with its annex, which is the checklist indicating that all the items listed there are provided. Then for letter B, we also check for the appropriate approving body of your project. Then next item, if your project is incomplete, we'll be returning the project to you, listing down all the lacking information or requirement that are not compliant. Okay. So here's actually the completeness check process. First, you will prepare the USP submission, then you submit to us via the USP portal. So kindly note that we don't accept hard copies anymore. So make sure that so please submit to the USP portal, which we will be showing later on. Then upon acknowledgement by the PPP Center, dun lang nag-i-start yung 10 calendar days natin. So yun yung magiging day 0, yung acknowledgement namin. So let's say na it depends kung kailan papasok yung project ninyo. Let's say pumasok yung project ninyo sa working day, dun namin i-acknowledge yung project. But however, if ever na outside working hours na ng PPP Center, which is 5 p.m., so the next working day na namin ma-acknowledge. Okay, so dun pa lang mag-i-start yung day 0. Then, if ever na we find your unsolicited proposal to be incomplete, let's say there are deficient items, before releasing it within the 10 calendar days period, we'll be asking for a meeting with you to clarify if this and confirm if our findings are accurate. You may also guide us where in the specific documents in the submission can we see such compliance or information. Take note that once you submitted in our USP portal and once we acknowledge it, there will be no supplemental submissions. So with whatever we receive in the portal, those are the only items that we will check for completeness check. Okay. Okay, so for the submission of unsolicited proposal for completeness check, prior to submission, you may ask us for a consultation meeting if ever that you want to know more about the process, you want to set proper expectations, or maybe it's your first time submitting one and you're not confident with your proposal if the documents and informations you wrote there is complete, you may ask us for a consultation meeting. So we'll have an on the spot completeness check wherein you may ask us questions and present documents, then we will give a feedback if it's compliant to us or not. But take note that you will be working around our schedule. So usually within a week or next week, yung upon your request, yung schedule. Okay. Then for the USP portal, so this is where you have to submit the unsolicited proposals. No, there's no other option. So yeah, in here it's very clear naman all the items that you need to submit are in this one. So there are cases wherein, for example, hindi yung valuation report ninyo is not applicable since wala kayong government contribution of assets, properties, or rights. You may submit a document that explains the non-applicability instead. So we may accept that, but it's still subject to the evaluation of the officer to validate if such item really is not applicable for complete purposes. Okay. Then in here, so make sure to check this in our website. This is where you see all the items that you need, the portal, the forms that are required to be submitted. Okay. Then actions from implementing agency following PPP Center endorsement. Okay, let's see that your unsolicited proposal is found to be complete by the PPP Center. We'll be endorsing that to the implementing agency. So they have 10 calendar days to make a decision to inform you if they will be accepting your project for detailed evaluation or not. So here's their instructions. If the implementing agency is not developing a solicited project, they are to continue processing the unsolicited proposal or reject the unsolicited proposal if such proposal is deemed not aligned with their development plans. Yeah, that's it. So if ever that the implementing agency is already developing a solicited proposal, they have to choose if they continue processing your unsolicited proposal, they will cease the processing of their solicited proposal. Then they have the option also to reject your unsolicited proposal if they want their solicited proposal more. Okay. Then, so as I've said before, it's within 10 calendar days. The implementing agency only have 10 calendar days from receipt of the unsolicited proposal from the PPP Center. Then, in case the implementing agency decides to reject the unsolicited proposal, they have to also include the corresponding justification for rejection. Okay, take note of this. If IA has no action within 10 calendar days, according to the PPP Governing Board Policy Matter Opinion, if ever that IA has no action within the 10 calendar day period, deemed to have decided to not continue the processing of the USP na. So parang rejected na siya. Pero take note that in case that the implementing agency have no response within that 10 calendar day period, the proponent is not actually precluded in submitting another unsolicited proposal naman. So you can still submit an unsolicited proposal Then if we tag it as complete, we'll be endorsing the implementing agency. So they have another 10 calendar days to accept. Okay. Then, okay, for the last item, we will have a completeness check drill. Okay, so are we still there? So I need your participation in this. So for this item, here's the instruction. We'll have a completeness check drill. We are to identify its provided, compliant, or not. So when we say provided, it refers to an information. When we say compliant, it refers to an instruction or rule. Like for example, it should not be older than 3 years. So when we provide an updated information and it is not older than 3 years, we can tag it as compliant. Then we just say na not provided if or not compliant if it does not comply with the items in the checklist. So I will be flashing uh, a requirement and also a compliance to the requirement. So as the private proponent, you will try to check if it is provided, compliant, or not. So you will have to utilize the chat box below. So feel free to answer. Okay, so on to the first item. Okay, so letter A, project name. So is it provided? So please type in the chat box. Provided or not provided? Provided, compliant, or not? Then letter B, list of all documents being submitted in support of the project, including the file names of each document. Is it provided or not? Then letter C, certification that an unsolicited proposal does not possess prohibited government undertakings. Is it provided or not? Okay, so let's have 30 seconds to answer this. Just type it in the chat box. Okay, so for the first item, the project name, information provided siya because andun naman yung project name. Then onto the next item, incomplete. Why is it incomplete? It's because there's actually a list of file that are to be submitted, but the file names of each documents are not provided. So it's only feasibility study. There's no specific file name for that. Then item C, yeah, it's information provided. Okay, on to the next item. So here, sa model naman, is it letter A compliant ba or not in spreadsheet form? Ito bang nakikita natin in the left side is in spreadsheet form ba? Ganyan ba yung spreadsheet form? Tapos letter B, in traceable formula format, yung basis, yung mga hard-coded values ba dito may basis and references? Like for example, yung inflation rate na 3%, may sources ba yan? May discount, yung discount rate na 8%, may resources ba tayong nakikita dyan? Saan yung basis niyan? Ganun. Okay. So please type it in the chat box lang. Okay na ba? Naka-answer na ba sila? Okay, game na. So show na natin yung answer. So actually, compliant yung letter A, but yung B, yung basis and references, hindi siya indicated. May nakalagay dito na based on 2011 study, but this is not actually a basis and reference. We could not identify on what study is this. And of course, if ever you are to evaluate this further, 2011 is actually outdated na. Like 2026 submitted yung project, let's say, or yung project start date 2026, tapos yung study based on 2011 pa. So, yeah, not compliant siya. Okay, I think that's it. So, thank you everyone. Thank you for listening. I hope that you are able to understand our treatments and, of course, got an overview of what completeness check is about.
All right, so thank you so much, John, for that thorough discussion on the completeness of unsolicited proposal submission. That was really a jump pack of information, and that's really hard to digest in one sitting. I already see some questions in the chat box. Well, that's a good indicator that you're still with us. So please keep them coming, and we'll try to address them later during the open forum. But before we proceed with the next part of the session, let's have a 5-minute health break. We'll resume shortly after 5 minutes. So please be back in the Zoom by 3:07. Thank you so much. All right, welcome back. Let us know if you are here. Yan. Kindly hit any reaction buttons to confirm that you are already back in Zoom. All right, thank you so much po. We now move to the part 2 of this next session. So part 2 of session 2 covers the following: initial processing and detailed evaluation of the USP by the IA or implementing agency, negotiation with the private proponent, and review and approval process. Without further ado, let us continue the discussion with Engineer Carl Eileen Hilario. Hi, Engineer Carl. Good afternoon po.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So, again, I'm Carl Hilario. I'm from the Project Development Service of the PPP Center. No, so we assist rather the implementing agencies during the next stage of the processing of the USP proposal. So from the completeness check that was presented by Jom earlier, so we'll proceed on to the next steps. Sige, next slide, please. So will be for my presentation, we have three parts: the detailed evaluation, the negotiation, and the review and approval stage. Next slide, please. Yeah, so you've already seen this flow chart earlier today from Attorney Sai's presentation. So we have the developments. So the detailed evaluation and the negotiation stage both fall under the development stage. And then later on, after that, the review and approval will be the review and approval stage. So for now, let's move on to the development stage, which starts with the detailed evaluation. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, so this was from where Jom earlier ended. So after the completeness check, if it was endorsed to the implementing agency, so the implementing agency must make a decision to reject the proposal or proceed with a detailed evaluation within 10 calendar days. So as mentioned earlier also by Jom, if the IA is not, the IA goes to a decision where it will, based on the documents that was endorsed to them, if they will proceed with a detailed evaluation. Next slide, please. Okay, so the detailed evaluation stage, it's more of an internal process by the government, by the implementing agency. So although this part may be a waiting game for the private sector, kasi because the implementing agency will be doing a substantive review of the unsolicited proposal, we may also highlight some points to which the implementing agency may put lens on the proposal that will be submitted by the private proponent. So this may also be helpful on your end in trying to see what will the implementing agencies be looking on the proposal in order to proceed on with the next processes. So the items listed on the right are the items also found in Section 55 of the IRR, which are the minimum considerations for the implementing agency when they do detailed evaluation. So we have to validate the absence of prohibited government undertakings and availability payments to be funded under national government funds, validate the absence or presence of physical overlaps with projects being developed by government, assess the appropriateness of the contractual arrangement and reasonableness of the proposed risk allocation, review the proposed PTCs, evaluate the robustness of the valuation for the assets, properties, and/or rights proposed to be contributed by the government, assess the appropriateness of the compensation to the government for government undertakings, conduct detailed review of the technical, financial, and economic viability of the PPP project, conduct a preliminary VFM analysis and assessing the qualifications of the private proponent, consider market sounding feedback, and of course, assess the entirety of the proposed project. So we'll go into these items shortly. Sige, next slide, please. So first, one of the things that the implementing agency will be looking at is the absence or presence of physical overlaps with the project or projects being developed by the government. So we understand that the private sector may not be may not be aware of all the projects that the government may be is planning or is currently implementing that may have physical overlaps with the different projects. So in this part, the implementing agency will do this step research or see not only projects that are under their mandate, but also projects that are implemented by the government as a whole. And then they will also conduct, of course, the review of the technical, financial, and economic viability of a PPP project. As you can see on the on the left, sorry, that's just a flow chart of how the implementing agency may look on evaluating the PPP project. No? So of course, they will see the demand or the needs analysis, the demand assumptions that will be on your proposal, and then how it will be solved on using the technical solutions that you will be presenting, the uniqueness, uh, the specifications, and then they will be also looking at the project cost of those solutions that you will be presenting. And of course, the private sector, the repayment mechanism that you are proposing in the proposal. So the reasonableness of the technical and the financial part will be visited also. And then for the legal side, of course, the project structure and the contractual arrangement. Why do you think how advantageous would be in different contractual arrangement? Why BOT? Why BOO? So those would be also VFM analysis, which may also be a part of a submission of the private proponent. So in this part, so VFM analysis is just the assumptions may be checked, by if there is a VFM analysis that has been presented already, which is just saying if this project is better as a PPP rather than the government taking the project on their own. So if the IA will also be evaluating that, if you have already presented an initial VFM analysis, they will be checking on the assumptions made. And then, of course, it is expected that the VFM analysis will have quantitative assessment that is leaning towards the project favorable to be in a PPP option. And then, of course, this one is important, yung assessing the qualifications of the private proponent. So, of course, aside from the project, the government will be looking at will the proponent be able to deliver the project they are presenting. So it is as required, as a documentary requirement, the PPIQ form, as mentioned by John earlier. So it is a relevant section that will be filled up by the private proponent that shows the firm experience, the key personal experience, and then how financially capable is the proponent in delivering the project, and how is the proponent legally able to deliver that project. Just to note, we recommend that the documentary submissions would be complete even at the start pa lang in the submission of the proposal. One of the key relevant sections in the IRR would be the qualifications during the bidding stage. I think that's section 70, which by which it shows yung different requirements the different qualifications that can be set for the proponent to be a qualified proponent. Kasi this eventually your qualification will be reflected during the bidding stage as the minimum qualifications that will be in competition during the bidding stage or the comparative challenge stage. So it's also good to include yung mga qualifications that you want to put forward so that the government can also have a confidence on the proponent as you propose the project. Yes, next slide, please. Yeah. Yeah, so this part we just highlighted the legal aspect of in the viability of the project. So as I mentioned earlier, the contractual arrangement, why is BOT, BOO, or O&M a better contractual arrangement for the project, and also the risk allocation, which is one of the very key points in having a PPP project. So in risk sharing mechanism. And then review of the proposed PTC. So the implementing agency will also be reviewing the proposed PTCs, or the parameters, terms, conditions that is being proposed by the private proponent. So this may be in reference to yung CC forms as mentioned kanina ni Jom. So of course, as an implement agency, they want to have the parameters, terms, conditions that will be favorable also to the government and its stakeholders. So, next slide, please. Okay. So another point would be, as mentioned also earlier, would be to validate the absence of prohibited government undertakings. So government undertakings, so under the code, for USPs, that is prohibited. This includes yung mga subsidies, guarantees, equities, etc. that the government will be undertaking. So when the private, hopefully when they do proposals, they should already be in their mind na government undertakings are prohibited unless there is a appropriate compensation for that use of value of the government assets to be contributed. So sometimes, based on our experience, kasi there are other proposals that may have generic statements in the FS na they will say that there is no government undertaking. But upon reviewing the proposals, there may be hidden that are reflected in the PTCs or in the draft contract. So that is what implementing agencies usually flag also. Na they may say na walang government undertaking, but eventually in the financial model, they included those things. So just wanted to note na for the proposals to be more diligent in making the documents consistent with each other, especially government obligations that will be indicated there. And then if there will be government undertakings, as mentioned, yung use of value of government assets, properties, and their rights, there should be appropriate compensation from the private sector. So dito naman papasok yung valuation report that will be included in the submission. So in case there is a valuation report that will be provided in the submission, so it is also evaluated on its robustness, and ano ba yung mga vina-value na use of RAC. So siguro pwede nating isipin for the valuation report, meron yung number 1, if there will be government assets that will be valuated, and then number 2, ano yung what are those government assets that needs to be valued, and then the valuation amount. So yun yung mga tinitingnan natin on the robustness of the valuation report. If we will commission a valuation report for the project. And then assess the appropriateness of the compensation. So dapat balance yung compensation na yung titingnan the thing that will be looked upon by the implementing agency would be, is there a balance on the valuated assets on the compensation that will be provided to the implementing agency. So a few examples would be in case of rehabilitation projects, yung mga land na ginagamit. So ayan, there would be a need for valuation report for those types of projects. Sige, next slide, please. Okay, so these are just reference and reading materials that can be used siguro for review for references. How will the implementing agency be reviewing the proposal? So it's a good material then to in order, if you complete your submission for USP, at least it mas complete mas complete yung the proposal may be much more complete in terms of the substantial content of the proposal. So first yung reasonableness of the proposed risk allocation. So yung risk sharing. So there's a GPRAM that can be used. And then yung PTCs, as mentioned earlier, yung parameters, terms, conditions. There is a template for the PPCs. So the content is also there. And then assessing the value for money. So meron din tayong guidelines on the assessing value for money for PPP projects. And then assessing the submitted valuation report. So how will the valuation report be assessed? Sorry, not next. Can we? No. Yeah. Assessing the submitted valuation report. And then the prohibited government undertakings in USPs. In the IRR, so section 50, and then the qualifications of a private proponent. So as I mentioned kanina, the PP Code IRR, section 71 and 72, those that section includes yung qualifications during the bidding stage. So that's a good section to look at along with the submission of the PPIQ form. Next slide, please. Okay, so after the implementing agency evaluates the proposal that was submitted, so it shall decide will they accept the USP or will they reject the USP. So the detailed evaluation is within 90 calendar days. So it spans 90 calendar days. So they will look at, as I mentioned, the points earlier that I meant that was enumerated. And once they accept, so they have to make a written decision that that the notice that that notice of negotiation will commence, and along with the mechanics and representatives to the negotiation committee. So or they will reject the proposal, and all the documents will be returned to the private proponent. So note lang the footnote below. So if the IA fails to act on the USP within 90 calendar days after the end of a detailed evaluation period, the project proposal shall be deemed approved to proceed to negotiation. So if there is no decision, just to note na after 90 calendar days, magde-decide si IA if accept or reject. So if hindi siya makapag-decide, it shall be deemed approved to proceed to negotiation. For the timeline, so for the 90 calendar days, naglapse na yung detailed evaluation. There is another 90 calendar days by which the before magiging deemed approved to proceed to negotiation. So just to clarify lang na if hindi siya makapag-decide within 90 calendar days of evaluation, after 90 calendar days again, tsaka pa lang magdi-deemed approved to proceed to negotiation. Next slide, please. Okay, so for the negotiation with the private proponent or with the implementing agency, so at this point, let's say inaccept na the implementing agency already accepted the project to proceed to negotiation. So it has the first one of after the detailed evaluation has been made, nag-decide siya, nag-notice siya na commence the negotiation. So the start of after 3 calendar days from the end of the detailed evaluation, the negotiation will commence. So after the detailed evaluation, 3 calendar days from that, day 1 na ng negotiation. So it will start running na. The first thing that they have to do is to designate through a special order. For the implementing agency, shall designate permanent representatives to the committee, to the negotiation committee. In terms for the private proponent, ganun din. The same thing, they have to designate permanent representatives to the negotiation committee. So, note lang din na while there are permanent representatives from the implementing agency and the private proponent, the implementing agency may also involve different government agencies such as the PPP Center, the DOF, and the government lawyers specializing in PPPs from the OSG, OGCC, or the prescribed statutory counsel to assist in the negotiation process. So, in our previous experience, we are also attending yung mga negotiation to help the implementing agency in the negotiations with the private proponent. So, yeah, okay, next slide, please. Wait, can we go back lang saglit? So, can we go back lang saglit? So for the negotiation, we also, so this part, dito na yung, would be where the private proponent and the implementing agency be working together to achieve a compromise. So dito na mangyayari yung compromise on things. So what we advise for implementing agency is to have a list of, from their detailed evaluation, is to have a list of negotiating of the items that they want to negotiate with the private proponent, so that there will be ease in the negotiation period. So what of course the we should expect na there will be terms or parameters, terms, conditions that will be asked by the implementing agency from our from the proposal. So maybe pwedeng the scope of the project or the entirety of the project or yung mga scope, concession period, yung mga things like that may be negotiated, may pwedeng mag-iba, kumbaga, during the negotiation period. But what is important is that the implementing agency and the private proponent will reach compromise on these items. So medyo ito na yung meetings, there will be negotiation meetings, and then from our experience, we also there may also be subcommittee meetings, such as yung mga technical subcommittee or financial subcommittee meetings, legal subcommittee meetings to discuss yung mga specific items that that the both parties would want to negotiate. So also to add, sige, later na lang. Sige, next slide, please. Okay. So one of the things that the private proponent may also want to expect from the negotiation would be, of course, the implementing agency will be negotiating government share in the upside of a PPP project. So upside meaning yung mga ways that if a PPP project will be successful, there will be also financial share ni government for the project. So, for example, setting a predetermined rate of return based on prevailing market conditions, or sharing by the private partner with the government of revenues, net revenues, earnings before interest, etc. Also, graduated share in case the government has already a share, or setting a period for monitoring the returns, or setting a period for remitting the share of government in the upside, or also in the form of reduction in the tariff to the users if the predetermined rate is exceeded. So those are some key main points that may be negotiated by the implementing agency with the private proponent. Next slide, please. Okay. Okay, so the negotiation period will span within 80 calendar days, but not less than 30 calendar days. So the IA and the private proponent shall complete and conclude the negotiations in accordance with Section 58 of the IRR. So in case the negotiation will be successful, the IA shall grant an original proponent status. So if medyo pre-PPP Code, nag-PPP projects na po kayo, you would remember the original proponent status. And also, as mentioned earlier by Attorney Sai, so it shall be granted after the negotiation is declared successful, which shall be valid for a period not exceeding 1 year from conferment. And then if there is, in case of failure of negotiation, the IA shall reject the proposal in writing within 7 calendar days from the lapse of the negotiation period. If within 80 calendar days, medyo there may be some other items that needs further negotiating or further decisions are needs to be made. Negotiation period may be extended upon agreement by the IA and the private proponent up to 150 calendar days. Okay, next slide, please. Okay. So, here are some considerations, not only for the implementing agency, but also for the private proponent, in terms of negotiation. So, for siguro one of the pitfalls or yung mga something to iwasan natin, no? So, what we want to highlight for the private sector would be also to, both for the IE and the private sector, would be to set clear negotiation mechanics. So, sa mechanics pa lang, it would be better if we, if these items would be finalized na or put into a system na. So it would yung communication and sharing of documents, negotiation committee members, negotiation time frame and schedule, quorum, routing and approval of minutes, preparation of negotiation report, submission of revised documents reflecting negotiated items. So these items can be put na into the negotiation mechanics for a steady flow of the negotiation period. So it may also include yung mga venues of the negotiation meetings or platforms, Zoom, Teams, or if there will be online, yon. So that could also be set clear na in the negotiation mechanics. Sige, next slide, please. Okay. And then some suggested approach during the negotiation would be, of course, yung if sometimes or oftentimes yung implementing agencies, syempre if they did the detailed evaluation, of course they would already have a list of negotiating items. So that's good if it would be set earlier in the negotiation period, no? So it will be discussed thoroughly. Also would be we want to highlight the ensuring stakeholder consultations being conducted during the negotiation, if not prior to the submission of the USP. As mentioned by Jom earlier, yung stakeholder consultation, if you already have conducted stakeholder consultation, yung proof of the stakeholder consultation conducted, dates, ganyan, and if not, the stakeholder consultation plan. So for this one, in case na there is still the stakeholder consultation has not yet been conducted, we recommend to conduct it during the negotiation so that the feedback from the stakeholders would already be accounted for during the negotiation stage. So para hindi na pabago-bago yung in case na the stakeholders would also need things from the proposal. Okay, sige, next slide please. So for the OPS earlier, as I mentioned, upon successful negotiation, so let's say nag-succeed na yung negotiation natin, the OPS will be granted to the private proponent. So again, as mentioned, the validity of the OPS is a period not exceeding 1 year from conferment. So dapat within 1 year, makapag-comparative challenge period na yung project. And then so this is so that makamove so that this is to assure na the project will be moved on to the next stage, which is the comparative challenge period. So kailangan within that 1 year, the comparative challenge period must be conducted already, must be commenced already. So also dahil may validity, so may expiration, but there is also noting that there can also be revocation of the OPS. So the OPS granted by the private proponent to the private proponent may also be revoked based on the following grounds. So first would be that the facts disclosed are incomplete, incorrect, misleading, fraudulent, untrue, inaccurate, or different from what was presented in the proposal. And then number 2 would be non-compliance or violation of the code and the IRR. Or number 3, there is a change in the composition of the original proponent that will affect its legal, technical, and or financial capability to successfully carry out the PPP project. Or there is a change in control that will affect its majority ownership and or beneficial ownership. So, this is, so kumbaga, if once the OPS has been granted, parang locked in na yung parang locked in na yung proponent in terms of their yung control on yung internal nila, yung internal composition of the original proponent. Kasi this may affect, kasi 'di ba, if during the negotiations, yung mga decisions made, so kaya meron ng that's why that is included there, to ensure then that what was negotiated will be sustained up to the implementation of the up to approval of the project and implementation. Okay, sige, next slide please. Okay, so some reference or reading materials on the conduct of negotiations. So ito lang, there is a PPP Governing Board resolution on the conduct of negotiations for PPP projects pursuant to the provisions of the PPP Code. So this can be accessed also in our website, and also this is in pursuant to section 58 to 59 of the PPP Code IR. Sige, next slide please. Okay, so after the negotiation, so we have so tapos na tayo sa detailed eval, successful negotiation. Pupunta na tayo, we will now move on to the review and approval stage of the project. So as mentioned din kanina by Attorney Sai, it does not mean na if we have successful nego, the project is already approved. So it still needs to undergo the review and approval stage of the project. Sige, next slide, please. Okay. So also as mentioned by Attorney Sai earlier, for national PPP projects, ito yung ating approving, in terms of approving body. So yung threshold natin for the approval of national PPP projects, so that's 15 billion and above, it goes to the ED Council. And then if below 15 billion, the head of agency or the board. But if subject to certain criteria, under section 25 of the IRR, so such as if there will be availability payment, overlap of other government projects, so it may need approval by the ICC. And then for local PPP projects, so isa lang, the local sanggunian or the local universities and colleges, so board to approve the local PPP project. So regardless of the project cost, subject to certain endorsements as applicable. So yung additional endorsements lang that are required subject to certain criteria would be yung sa Regional Development Council and the ICC approval in case of availability payments or national government undertakings. Sige, next slide please. Okay, so just a quick overview of the process of approving for national PPP projects. So first, IA submission of complete proposal to the ICC or ED Council, and then there will be evaluating units to assess the completeness of the IA submission. And then once it's found complete, it will be in the EU's evaluation and preparation of and submission of the PPP project evaluation report, submission to the ICCTB, then ICC process, and then ED Council process. So this is for projects that require ED Council approval. So maximum would be 113 calendar days if the approving body is the ED Council. So if head of agency, so they will just need to submit to the head of agency. Okay, next slide, please. So some minimum PTCs for the PPP projects that the approving body will be looking at and once it's submitted. So of course, the scope, contractual arrangement, contract duration, rights and obligations of the IA, and private proponent, performance standards upon which the KPIs targets, safeguards that will protect the interests of the government in the public, investment recovery scheme, revenue share for the government undertakings, risk allocation, contingent liabilities, bid parameters, ceiling for debt to equity ratio, and the proposed period for comparative challenge process. So while pagdating na after the negotiation, actually once the project has been accepted for detailed evaluation, so the IA somehow also also takes part in the ownership of the project. So the project will now not just be by the private proponent but also with the implementing agency. So si implementing agency, siya din yung magsasubmit. They will be the one submitting the project to the appropriate approving body. But of course, this is with the help of the private proponent. So such of which siguro such private proponent may come in handy or in help, especially in preparing the documents for approval, such as yung mga revisions on the once negotiated, yung mga ganong bagay. So the implementing agency and the private proponent is expected to work hand in hand in preparing those documents for approval then. So once so the implementing agency, so sila lang yung, although sila lang yung a-attend on meetings once if required, sila lang yung kumbaga parang ipaglalaban yung project with the approving body. But of course, they would also need yung help ni private proponent into defending the project also and into endorsing the project for approval. Next slide, please. Okay, so for local PPP projects, so there is a PPP Governing Board resolution on the amended guidelines and procedures for the review and approval of local PPP projects, which can be scanned using the QR code and also posted in our website. Next slide, please. Which is summarized, the process is just summarized here in this flowchart. So the blue box would be yung mga optional. So if these are the endorsements, if there will be endorsement needed for the project, so ito yun. So for example, if the local PPPs affecting national or sectoral development plans, they would need endorsement of the regional PPP committee. And then if it also requires government undertaking and or AP using national government funds. So kailangan ng ICC endorsement, RCC approval for that also, and also local PPPs affecting national or sectoral development plans, national projects, and yan requires GU and or APs using national government funds. So kailangan ng additional step na yan. But if wala namang ganun, diretso na tayo dun sa confirmation of the Local Development Council Executive Committee and then also for the approval of the Local Sangguniang Board, which has a maximum period of 120 calendar days. Next slide, please. Okay, so once the PPP project has been approved, the approving body shall issue a notice of approval to the implementing agency, copy furnished the PPP Center within 10 calendar days. So yeah, next slide, please. Okay, and then if the approving body fails to render a final decision within the specified period, the PPP project shall be deemed approved. So the PPP Center shall notify the appropriate approving body and the IAA in writing that the approval period has lapsed and that the project has been deemed approved. Next slide, please. Okay, so next slide. Okay, so just for an overview of the timeline for the unsolicited proposal in terms of the development stage and the approval stage. So we have a minimum and maximum period. So for detailed evaluation, we have 30 days minimum period and 90 calendar days maximum period. So for the negotiation, if we can negotiate within 30 calendar days from commencement date of nego, up to 80 days or maximum period of 150 days. And then for approval, so sometimes baka the approving body may be may approve the project less than 120 calendar days since there's no minimum period. That could also be possible. So yeah, so for the minimum period for this part of the process is for national would be 180 days with a maximum period of 360 calendar days. For the local, 224 calendar days to 404 calendar days. Yeah, so I think this is the last slide for my presentation. So as mentioned, siguro the private sector would for the detailed evaluation, as I mentioned, yung the different points by which the implementing agency may want to look upon dun sa proposal. So maybe in the submission, those could also be put focus on. And then on the negotiations, basically we have to the implementing agency and the private proponent would want to compromise on things, talk about negotiated items, and come up with a good project that is both beneficial to the government and the private sector. And then for the review and approval, the private sector may aid in finalizing the documents, completing documents, supplementary documents that may be needed by the approving body, and work hand in hand with the implementing agency towards approval of the project. So that's it for me. Thank you very much. Again, I'm Carl from the Project Development Service. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Engineer Carl, for that detailed discussion on the initial processing and detailed evaluation of the USP as well as the negotiation with the private proponent and the criteria for review and approval of the unsolicited PPP proposal. So for our dear participants, if you have any questions or clarifications regarding the previous sessions, please feel free to send them using the chat box and we'll try to accommodate them later during the open forum. All right, so just want to check our dear participants. Are you still with us? Can you please type in "I'm here" in the chat box so we may know and proceed with this next session? Yeah, let's see. Yeah, and I'm here. All right, we still have present participants from Expertise France, CNG Law, ARUP, Skylaw. All right, thank you so much for confirmation. Yeah, so let us now proceed with the third and last part of this session. To discuss the procurement stage of the unsolicited PPP process, let us all welcome Engineer Trisha Marie D. Arellano. Hi, Engineer Trisha. Good afternoon po.
Thank you, Jen. Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes po, loud and clear po.
Okay. Thank you. So since I'm the last resource person for the day, I'll try my best to keep this as concise as possible. So again, I'm Trisha Arellano from the PPP Procurement Management Division. So our team assists implementing agencies during the procurement stage. So today I'll walk you through the procurement process. So from the publication of the invitation for comparative proposals, preparation of the challenge documents, and then submission of your proposal, evaluation, and then the original proponent's right to match, and eventually the award and execution of the PPP contract. So later, I'll also highlight the timelines and some practical points that you need to keep in mind, either as a potential original proponent or as a potential challenger. So for this presentation, our focus is the procurement stage, which is the stage prior to the implementation. So this is where the project is open to competition through a comparative challenge. From your perspective as a private sector participant, this is where you start seeing the actual requirements for participation. So the bidding documents, the qualification requirements, the technical and financial requirements of the project, and ultimately the PPP contract that you will be expected to enter into if you are successful. With that said, one thing that you'll also notice in the process is that the review and approval of the draft PPP contract happens alongside the procurement process. So this is important because the draft PPP contract should already be available and approved before you submit your bid. This gives you as a challenger the opportunity to review the terms, understand the obligations, risks, and commercial terms that you would be taking on if you are awarded the project. So as mentioned earlier by Attorney Sai, the Pre-Qualification Bids and Awards Committee, or PBAC, is the body responsible for the bidding and pre-bidding and bidding processes. So you'll see references to the PBAC throughout the next slides. Okay, so once the project has received the necessary approval, the procurement starts with the invitation for comparative proposal. So this invitation should be published within 7 calendar days from the approval of the appropriate approving body. After publication, the comparative challenge documents should be issued within 20 calendar days. So from there, the prospective challengers are given time to prepare their proposals. So if you're considering participating, this is the period where you will need to do your due diligence, review the project documents, do your internal assessments, and ultimately prepare your bid. Just noting that the comparative challenge period must be at least 90 calendar days, but not more than a year. Okay, and then after the bids are evaluated, if there is a superior comparative proposal, the original proponent will have 30 calendar days to exercise its right to match. So again, the first step in the procurement is the publication for comparative proposal. So this is essentially your first formal source of information that the project is open for a comparative challenge. The invitation will contain information such as the project scope, contract duration, where and how the challenge documents can be obtained, participation fees, bidding period, and the indicative timeline or deadline for submission. So as required under the PPP Code and its IRR, the invitation must be published through the implementing agencies and PPP centers' websites and official digital platforms. The implementing agency may have the option to publish the invitation through newspapers and international publication. So if you're monitoring a particular PPP project, this is something that you should watch out for. So you can also check the PPP projects dashboard on the PPP Center website, where you can see the list of PPP projects and monitor their status. So in the next slide, you can see what the dashboard looks like. So just go to the PPP Center website, click Projects, and then Projects Dashboard. So from there, you'll see the list of PPP projects, which you can filter based on the sector, procurement mode, region, implementing agency, and the current project status. So for example, you can filter projects under approval or under procurement depending on what you're looking for. So again, if you're looking for potential opportunities to participate, the PPP projects dashboard is a good place to regularly check. Okay, so the challenge documents should be issued within 20 calendar days from publication. So this is where things become more concrete for the prospective challengers. These documents will tell you what you actually need to submit, the requirements that you need to comply, and how your proposal will be evaluated. There may be changes or clarifications to the comparative challenge documents as the procurement progresses. Usually, the PBAC will set a deadline for prospective challengers to submit their queries or requests for clarification. So typically, this deadline is set way before the bid submission date to give PBAC sufficient time to review and respond to the queries, and if necessary, sufficient time to revise or clarify the challenge documents. This is important because under the PPP Code, the bid submission date should be at least 30 calendar days from the last bid bulletin or supplemental notice issued by the PBAC. So in other words, once you are within that 30-day period before the bid submission, no new bid documents, bid bulletins, or changes to the challenge documents should be issued during this period. So as a prospective challenger, make sure you submit your questions and requests for clarification within the prescribed period. Next slide, please. So instructions to challengers are basically the rule book for the comparative challenge. They contain the project description, contractual arrangement, bid parameters, submission procedures, original proponent's financial proposal, data room access if applicable, bid security, milestones, the performance standards and evaluation criteria, and other applicable conditions. So ideally, after reviewing the instructions to challengers, you should be able to assess if you could participate, whether you could prepare a responsive proposal, and if successful, what are the next steps? Okay, in the next slide. Okay, so depending on the nature and complexity of the project, the comparative challenge may be conducted through a single stage or two-stage process, as mentioned by Director Sai earlier. So for a single stage process, the qualification, technical, and financial proposals are submitted together. And then for a two-stage process, the pre-qualification process comes before, and then you have to be pre-qualified before you can proceed to submit your technical and financial proposals. Okay, so comparative challenge may also be conducted manually or electronically. So the specific process you will follow depend on the requirements set out by the PBAC in the comparative challenge documents. Okay, so there are a couple of important principles to keep in mind when it comes to qualification. So first, the qualification criteria applied to the original proponent should be consistent with the criteria provided in the instructions to challengers. So the objective is to maintain a level playing field between the original proponent and the challengers. Another important point is the disclosure of the original proponent's financial proposal. So this is important because prospective challengers need to know the financial proposal against which their proposals will ultimately be compared. And then third is any change in the composition of the original proponent that will affect its major ownership shall be strictly prohibited. For qualification or pre-qualification requirements, generally, there are three areas that you need to pay particular attention to. First is legal requirements. So depending on the project, there may be requirements relating to nationality, ownership, SEC registration, consortium composition, and other legal requirements. Okay. Second is experience or track record. So there will be requirements for you to demonstrate that that you have the relevant experience to undertake the project. And this isn't necessarily limited to the company itself. The experience of key personnel is also relevant. Third is financial capability. So the challenge documents may require you to demonstrate that you have sufficient financial capacity to support the project, including the required equity and debt financing. So the specific qualification requirements will depend on the nature and requirements of each project. So these should be clearly and comprehensively set out in the instructions to challengers so that prospective challengers can assess upfront whether they can meet the requirements before they decide to participate. Okay. For technical and financial evaluation, once the implementing agency established that you are qualified, we move into the evaluation of the technical and financial proposal. For a technical proposal, the focus is on responsiveness to the project and contract requirements. Other considerations are technical soundness, operational feasibility, and environmental and social considerations. For the financial proposal, the implementing agency look at its consistency with the draft PPP contract and the technical proposal, as well as the reasonableness of the financial assumptions. So one important point here is that your technical and financial proposals need to make sense together. Your financial proposal should be consistent with the technical solution you are proposing and with the obligations that you will be taking on under the PPP contract. And then the level of detail and the specific evaluation criteria for both technical and financial proposals should be clearly and comprehensively set out by the PBAC and the comparative challenge documents. Okay, so from your perspective, the qualification and evaluation timelines are important because they give you an idea of what happens after you submit your proposal and when you can expect the next major milestones. So opening of qualification or pre-qualification documents should occur within 10 calendar days from the bid submission date. The PBAC should inform challengers whether they are qualified or disqualified within 20 to 30 calendar days from bid opening. Technical proposals are evaluated within 30 calendar days, while financial proposals are evaluated within 15 calendar days. And then there is also an option for simultaneous evaluation of the technical and financial proposals. In that case, the evaluation should be completed within 45 calendar days from bid opening. So one thing to keep in mind is that these are the prescribed timelines under the PPP Code and its IRR. So the actual schedule may vary depending on the circumstances of the procurement and the timeline set by the PBAC, provided that the applicable rules and prescribed periods are observed. So this is probably the most unique feature of an unsolicited PPP, so the right to match. If a challenger submits a superior comparative proposal, the original proponent is given 30 calendar days to match or better the financial proposal of that superior proposal. So if the original proponent successfully matches or betters the superior proposal, the project may be awarded to the original proponent, subject to the applicable rules. And then there are also other circumstances where the project is awarded to the original proponent, including if there are type proposals between the original proponent and one or more challengers, or if there are no challengers during the comparative challenge period. If the original proponent does not exercise its right to match within the prescribed period, the project is awarded to the challenger, again, subject to the applicable requirements. Okay, so next slide, please. So another important component of the procurement process is the review and approval of the draft PPP contract. So as mentioned earlier, this happens alongside the finalization of the comparative challenge documents. So when the complete set of comparative challenge documents is released, the challengers will also be provided with the initial version of the draft PPP contract. So as a prospective challenger, you can review the draft contract. You can raise questions or request for clarification, and you may identify provisions that may need to be clarified or addressed. So in parallel, the draft contract goes through the required review and approval process by the reviewing body. So the objective of the contract review is to ensure that the terms and provisions reflected in the draft PPP contract are consistent with what was approved by the appropriate approving body and are aligned with applicable laws, rules, and regulations. So this allows the comments from the reviewing bodies to be considered and incorporated before the contract is finalized and released to the challengers. So one important thing to understand is that the draft contract you receive at the beginning of the process may still be subject to revisions as the procurement progresses. This is part of the prescribed contract review process. So let me walk you through with the basic timeline for the contract review by the reviewing bodies. So the draft PPP contract should be submitted to the reviewing bodies within 7 calendar days from the release of the complete set of comparative challenge documents. So, sorry, previous slide, please. So the reviewing bodies have 15 calendar days to review the contract. And then after incorporating the initial comments, the revised draft should be submitted for final review not later than 60 calendar days before the bid submission deadline. And then the reviewing bodies then have another 15 calendar days for final review. And then after that, PBAC finalizes and the head of the IA approves the draft contract within 10 calendar days. The approved draft PPP contract is released to the challengers 30 calendar days before bid submission. Okay. In the next slide, you'll see that there is a PPP Governing Board resolution for review of the draft contracts of national PPP projects. So these guidelines This guidelines also addresses situations where there are changes to the approved parameters, terms, and conditions during contract review. Okay, so now let's say the comparative challenge is completed and the evaluation is done. We already have a winning proponent. So what are the next steps? So the PBAC submits its recommendation for award within 7 calendar days. And then the head of the IA then has 7 calendar days to issue the notice of award. To decide or to adopt or reject the recommendation for award. And then once approved, the notice of award is issued within 3 calendar days. The winning private proponent has 20 calendar days to comply with the post-award requirements, after which the PBAC has 5 calendar days to determine compliance. Once everything is complied, the PPP contract is executed within 5 calendar days from notice. Sorry, previous slide, please. Okay, so once everything is complied, the PPP contract is executed within 5 calendar days. And then the original contract shall be submitted to the approving body and PPP center within 5 calendar days after signing. So, let's talk briefly about 3 practical matters that you should consider when deciding to participate. So first is the participation fee. So this is the fee that you pay to access the bidding documents and participate in the process. And this amount is determined by the PBAC. Second, we have bid security. So the bid security is based on the total project cost and must be in a form acceptable to the IT. And then just a reminder, the original proponent is also required to secure its bid security upon publication of the invitation for comparative proposals. So lastly, the pre-bid conference should be conducted at least 45 calendar days before the bid submission date. So one feature of the PPP code is that the PBAC may conduct one-on-one meetings with the prospective challengers before the freeze period. So these meetings are useful if you have questions or you need clarifications on the bidding documents. Of course, any formal questions raised during the one-on-one meetings will still need to be formally submitted to the PBAC. And then the responses to those queries will then be communicated to other prospective challengers through the appropriate bid bulletin or supplemental notice, so that all challengers have access to the same information. The identity of the challenger who raised the question will not be disclosed. This helps ensure that all prospective challengers have access to the same clarifications and information while maintaining the confidentiality of the party that raised the question. So I would encourage the prospective challengers to make full use of these opportunities, especially if there are provisions that are unclear, technical requirements that need clarification, or there are contractual provisions that you need to better understand. So I think this is my last slide. So that's all for the procurement stage for unsolicited PPP proposal. So I hope this gave you a clearer picture of what to expect if you participate in a comparative challenge, whether you're the OP or you're a prospective challenger. Okay, thank you very much for your time and attention. With that, I'll turn you back to Jen to continue with the next part of the activity. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Engineer Tricia, for shedding light on the procurement stage of the unsolicited PPP process. At this juncture, may I invite all other resource persons to please open your cameras as we will now proceed with our open forum. Ayan. So, thank you. For the first question from Polstrom. Negotiation phase is only for the PTCs or does it also include the PPP contract? It is noted that PTCs may not capture all terms or conditions or operative procedures which will be reflected in the CA. So, anyone among our RPs can take this question? Yes,
So
go,
thank
Engineer Carl.
you. Thank you for that question. Yes, the negotiation phase also includes the negotiation for the PPP contract. So, we just recommend that the PTCs will be, one of the best practices that we use, and we recommend is that the PTCs be negotiated first, and then the PPP contract may also be negotiated during the negotiation phase. But yes, this included in the negotiation phase.
All right, I hope that clarifies your question. Is there any other supplemental answer from other RPs? All right. All right, so let's move to the next question. If PTCs only, when is the required or preferred negotiation between the IA and private proponent? There could also be adjustments in the PTCs between the negotiated and approved version. From Polstrom.
I think this is a follow-up from the previous question, which hindi na siya. Kasi, as I mentioned, the contract may also be negotiated during the negotiation phase.
All right, thank you, Engineer Carl, for responding. Now we have from SC Megaworld Construction and Development Corporation. Can we consider e-signature? This is in reference to the information that sometimes proponent failed to physically sign their project proposal or letter of intent.
Hi.
Hi.
So for completeness check purposes, we consider e-signatures for documents submitted to the portal. Yeah, so this is considerable.
All right. Thank you, John, for responding. Next, we have from Taneco Trading Corporation regarding private meeting. Prior to submission, can we have the actual documents checked? Should we bring the hard copies? Will it be face-to-face?
Okay, so for consultation meetings regarding unsolicited proposals, it is up to the private proponent on what they prefer, kung face-to-face or online. Then, in terms of actual documents to be checked, prior to the consultation meeting, they may send their soft copies in advance. Also, I'd like to note further that regarding consultation meeting, we really don't recommend hard copies considering that when we submit, it's soft copies naman. And also, hard copies kasi are hard to navigate if ever for quick checking. Then, should there be a face-to-face meeting, just bring the soft copies na lang. So, we have screens naman, big screens at the PPP Center office. So, we can utilize that. Just share na lang sa screen. Much easier. Ayun.
All right, thank you, John, for that response. Is there any additional from other RPs? All right, none. Can proceed to the next. From Podstrom again, for completeness check purposes of financial and economic models, what would be best practice in using values or results from simulation or forecasting software?
Okay, good question ito since usually for econ and financial models, when proponents use simulation or forecasting softwares, hindi na, since automated ito, hindi na disclose yung values or let's say assumptions used. So make sure when using simulation or forecasting softwares in the models itself, make sure that disclose kung ano yung ginamitan natin ng simulation or forecasting software, ano yung values na yon. Then, ano yung software na ginamit natin, including yung bases and references, tsaka yung inputs na ginamit natin within that software. But to share with you, hindi namin actually, while acceptable naman yung ganitong simulation or forecasting softwares in the models, hindi siya recommended hindi siya pinaka preferred namin since for us as PPP Center, ang recommended namin for financial and economic models much better as much as possible if easy to understand, considering that some implementing agencies may consider this hard to understand. Yeah. So, yeah.
All right, thank you, John, for responding. I hope that clarifies your question po. So next we have from, again, SA Megaworld Construction and Development Corporation. In prohibited undertaking, can a claim for UCME subsidy or incentive in power project be considered prohibited undertaking? Anyone among our RPs can take this question?
Hi. Personally, so for the UCM, I'm not familiar with the UCMP subsidy or the incentive in power project, no. But for with since we don't have the context of the project itself, we cannot really say. I cannot really say if it's considered under undertaking, but we could be in reference of section in the IRR that that lists the prohibited undertaking, that is section 138 of the government undertakings, no. So maybe Director Sai, maybe you would want to add something on this one.
Perhaps we can clarify from Sir Nathan, what does UCME mean? Ayan. May we unmute Sir Nathan or give further context to this question so our RPs can provide better response to this?
If I may though, thank you, Carl.
sige.
Before while Sir Nathan is gathering his thoughts, I do confirm that in our in local PPPs, you see the UCME subsidy. That's not something we are we work with or we're that familiar with, because as you know, the energy sector in the Philippines is a significant portion of that is governed by a different law. So our familiarity with regard to the special processes there, medyo limited, to be honest. So maybe we need additional context or take it offline so we'd have more idea of the project, because whether or not it's going to be governed by the PPP code would actually depend on the specifics of how that project is structured. So to be honest, we don't have firsthand we don't have familiarity with regard to this issue, sir.
All All right, thank you, Engineer Carl and Attorney Sai for providing response to this question. So I hope that clarifies itong question from Sir Nathan. Ayan. So next we have from Expertise France. For the revocation of the original proponent status, is the implementing agency bound to a particular notice and then response time by the OPS to respond when informed or of intent to revoke? So again, anyone among our RPs? Me.
Yes.
Yes.
For the revocation of OPS, so under the code naman, the IA shall inform the private proponent of the revocation of the OPS, citing its grounds. Based on experience, fortunately, under the PPP, under the amendment of under the PPP code, we don't have yet an incident of the revocation of OPS. So, but under the code, as mentioned, the IA is required to provide notice to the proponent in case of revocation of the OPS.
And to add to that, apart from the notice, they should be also mentioning the grounds for such a revocation. But on a maybe related note, revocation is different from expiration. So if we're talking about the expiration of the OPS, the PPP code does not prescribe actually notification because that's automatic by operation of law, that it's only valid for 1 year.
So once again, thank you, Engineer Carl and Attorney Sai for responding to another question. Next, we have from CND Law. If there are changes introduced in the concession agreement or the PPP contract after review of the approving body and statutory council, would the original proponent still have opportunity to negotiate or provide comments or questions on the revised terms? Who would like to take this one?
Hi. If if the changes introduced in the CA happened after the final review, actually since the draft contract should be approved within 10 calendar days, so the IA itself has limited time to revise based on the reviewing body's comments. So for this, we recommend that the discussions between the IA and the OP happen in between the initial and final review. So they would still have chance, but we recommend that this would happen before the final review.
But if I may add also, the one of the statute, the required reviewing entities is the PPP Center, and they're there to ensure that the parameters, terms, and conditions that were negotiated and were as approved are incorporated. So with regard to those issues, with those items, more or less we can assume that the concerns or the position of the OP and the government have been reconciled and included there. So further, and correct me, Tricia, if I'm in wrong, it's not really let's say the contract has already been reviewed. It's no longer an opportunity to negotiate again with the government, but more of, I'm sure they're not precluded from providing some comments to any clarification that they feel the need to raise. But that's in the procurement process already. They have the same opportunity there as other potential bidders would have to make clarifications on maybe certain items that were changed after the approval of their negotiated terms. Would this make sense, Tricia? That's how I see this.
Confirming, Attorney Sai.
Ayan. So thank you, Engineer Tricia and Attorney Sai for providing clarifications regarding this question. All right, we can proceed to the next from ARUP or ARUP. Related to IC, it is noted from the PPP code that one of the IC's key functions is to monitor the performance of both the public and private parties, including compliance with contractual obligations and applicable laws. While the PPP code requires the IC to assess compliance with statutory requirements, such as environmental, social, etc., it appears to be silent on the frequency of reporting, leaving this to be defined in the procurement of TOR. Is there a preferred or recommended reporting frequency that the PPP Center typically expects to be specified in the TOR for compliance monitoring and progress reporting based on other precedent IC cases? Anyone from the RPs?
First, I can confirm that there is no the PPP code is silent with regard to the frequency of reporting expected from ICs. I consulted also with our monitoring service. There's really no hard and fast rule because it really depends on the project, the requirements of the project. It's actually also not in while it is required for IC to clear design, there are certain aspects of the project that IC is recommended or suggested, and this is also where the parties have to agree with, during negotiation. But um, to answer the question directly, we don't have any preferred or recommended. It should just be responsive to the needs of the project. We do note that for, let's say, land for road projects, that's normally a quarterly report, but there is no hard and fast rule. In relation to that, though, while it is not pertaining to frequency, we do have the monitoring protocols and framework that requires that after a report is completed by the IC, it should be submitted within 10 calendar days to the monitoring to our PIMS or our monitoring team for compliance. So with regard to timing, that's what I can give you.
Thank you, Attorney Sai. Is there any other additional input from other RPs? None? All right. So I hope that clarifies your question po. Next, we have Yan. So should the original proponent fail to match the challenger's proposal and the project is awarded to the challenger, does the original proponent have the right to compensation from the challenger for the development of the project? Anyone among the RPs who wants to take this one?
Okay.
Go ahead,
So,
Engineer Tita.
for this, no, there's no compensation from the challenger to the original proponent. So that's the risk of the OP, actually.
All right. Next, we have from CNJ Law. Will a comparative challenger still have the opportunity to comment on, suggest changes to the PPP contract during the comparative challenge, considering that the review and approval of the PPP contract is done in parallel with the comparative bidding stage?
So yes, confirming that the comparative challenger will still have the opportunity to clarify or to comment or suggest changes to the PPP contract during the comparative challenge. So usually the PBAC gives a deadline to the comparative challengers to submit their queries.
In this regard, if I may add, Trisha, then it really depends on the IA to really exercise sound discretion with regard to if they will consider any of the changes, that it does not prejudice, the previous reviews that were conducted, and also the agreements and the negotiations that were agreed upon with the private proponent. So this is really a case-to-case basis. But more at this stage, this is really more of some clarifications with regard to the specifics of the contract, and not substantive changes in the agreement.
All right, thank you po, Engineer Trisha and Attorney Sai once again for responding to another question. All right, last question from CNG Law. may we please clarify if the appointment of an IC is mandatory in all types of projects?
But my,
Again,
my initial answer was yes.
I
But now I'm thinking if it's restricted to design. So if my like if there's a design component, such that if there's no design component in the project, but let me get back to you on that. But if my colleagues have additional inputs on this,
yeah. Is there any additional inputs? Yan.
Hello. So attorneys, I just help me on this, clarify na lang further if ever. Based on our reading sa PPP code, ang nakalagay is yung may mga construction na
yeah.
projects, yung required ng independent consultants. So ayun siya.
Yeah, so I
Ju-
think it's really design and construction. If it has those components, then they are required. But in other instances, they are encouraged.
All right, thank you, Jom and Attorney Sai, for responding to this question. And that ends our open forum. Maraming salamat po. That was a very good and productive exchange of ideas. Thank you so much to all our participants for your active engagement and to our resource persons for thoroughly answering each and every question. Please join me in giving everyone a visual round of applause. Okay, thank you so much. Now let's have closing activities. We're down to the end of our program. But before we conclude today's session, please take note of these important final reminders. The course site shall be available for browsing and downloading of presentation materials and reference materials until September 27, 2026 only. Please do not post the presentation materials on social media. The only shareable materials are those uploaded on the PPP Center's website. The post-test and evaluation form can be accessed through the course site and shall be made available after today's session. Please note that the passing rate is at least 60% or 3 out of 5 correct answers. Please also note that you can only take this form once, so it's better for you to review the session materials once posted in our course site. The form is accessible until September 3, 2026 only. And this one is a requirement to obtain a digital certificate. To officially conclude this capacity building activity, we are pleased to have the Assistant Secretary and Deputy Executive Director of the PPP Center, none other than our very own Assistant Secretary, Eleazar E. Ricote. Hi, Deli. Good afternoon po.
Afternoon. Oo. Our very own talaga, no? Magandang hapon po to our private partners, private sector stakeholders. I saw a lot of names that are very familiar here. Our law firms, construction companies, people that have been active or institutions very active in our PP project. I've seen some of their actual proposals. Maraming salamat po for joining us this afternoon. It's a long day of discussion and process and requirements, but thank you for your patience. I can see the interest to really understand the PPP codes. Very what's the word? Interesting provision on unsolicited proposal. As you all know, this is a major change in our PPP legal framework, no, yung unsolicited proposal. And if I'm not mistaken, since the new PPP law, we have received already more than 100 unsolicited proposals. I've seen some of them. I've seen actual proposals and sat in the completeness check processes. Very interesting and exciting. I also noted the questions from all of you. Meron pa tayo hindi nasagot, Jen, nandun sa mga chat box kanina. But a lot of them are really, as Sai mentioned, Attorney Sai mentioned, project specific, which I think you will have the opportunity to have better, clearer answers pag pinag-usapan ninyo with our respective teams at the center in the context of your specific proposal. Wala namang generic answer that applies to all. What we did today is really to provide you a summarized discussion of the key questions, the key considerations in doing an unsolicited proposal from your perspective based on the questions we've received over the past few years and last 2 years, no? Ng mga unsolicited proposals na meron kami. And so we did come up with this program covering all stages of preparation, completeness check, which is a major task care of the PPP Center, completeness assessment. I saw Ryan's very detailed and practical and actual experience sharing of the completeness check that we usually have, mga kung anong pwedeng NA na ilagay. You don't have to be very, very detailed, no? Specifically kung hindi naman kailangan. But the point is, we are trying to get proposals completed and ensured na yung implementing agency pagdating sa kanila, yung proposal is sufficient for them to make a decision. Kadalasan yun ang cause of the delay eh. Some details of the proposal are unclear, incomplete, kaya tayo nagtatagal. But the intent really is to help you get your project proposals put together, complete, clear, direct to the point, so that the agencies and the next stages will be guided to make decisions quickly and fast. We hope the common issues sharing, lalo na yung kanina, there's a portion on common issues and completeness requirements considerations. Again, that's very important. I've seen actual issues and concerns about that. We, of course, are open to these pre-check sessions. This is a really service of the PPP Center and commitment to help. But you can help yourself by coming to us with a more prepared set of documents para matulungan namin kayo to, as Nathan said, no? As Jom said, sorry. Putting e-copies, actual specific project information in putting together the proposal. We will not be able to answer all of your questions as they are really project, sector, project, process specific. But you have the opportunity, of course, to sit down with us as you go to the completeness check. And of course, we have a procurement team here that sits with the agency during the procurement process, the challenge, the review. So there's always that platform to inquire and ask for clarification. This is not the end, of course. You can always, as I said, write to us, seek clarification. We have, as I said, various teams created to really help our private partners in going through this process of unsolicited proposal, completeness check, review, approvals, negotiation, challenge, etc. We will be sitting alongside the agency all throughout the process. We'll be there. So maraming salamat to our capacity building team, Sai, Jom, Trisha, Jen, Carl, our representatives from various units. Again, we thank you for your attendance, for your attention. We look forward to receiving complete proposals from your end. We look forward to receiving very active and very eager challenge bids so that in the end, we will all jointly accomplish our objective to have well put together PPP unsolicited proposals that have gone through a competitive challenge process, and in the end we get the best deal for our government and for our general public. Maraming salamat po, magandang hapon. Salamat sa patuloy na suporta sa PPP Center.
All right, thank you very much, DE Daly, for setting the final note for today's session with your valuable closing remarks. Also, for the remaining questions that were left unanswered, we'll provide our response via email. So thank you so much po. Ayan, so to wrap up today's activity, may we kindly request everyone to please turn on your cameras for a quick virtual photo opportunity. Alright, sige po. Our training team will assist in taking the photos. Alright, hold your smiles in 3, 2, 1. Another one. Hold your smiles in 3, 2, 1. Alright, last panel. Hold your smiles in 3, 2, 1. Alright, so once again, thank you very much, everyone. On behalf of the PPP Center, thank you all for joining us today in this capacity building on the fundamentals of unsolicited PPP proposals under the PPP Code and its implementing rules and regulations. Of course, dedicated for the public sector and other PPP stakeholders. Once again, this is Jen Balaoro, trainee specialist from the PPP Center, and I'm glad to serve as your facilitator this afternoon. Enjoy the rest of the day and please stay safe.